ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ Okay, good morning everyone. Okay, so before we officially start, I would just how can I say like making a little conversation with people online because today we have participants who join our session online as well นะคะสวัสดีค่ะผู้ที่เข้าร่วมทางออนไลน์นะคะก็วันนี้ก็ขอบพระคุณมากเลยนะคะทุกท่านที่เข้ามาร่วมการประชุมของเราในวันนี้นะคะที่จะรันโดย SEI แล้วก็สกมชนะคะเดี๋ยวจะขออนุญาตซาวเสียงสอบถามนิดนึงค่ะว่าท่านที่อยู่ออนไลน์นะตอนนี้มีมาจากหน่วยงานไหนบ้างเอ่ยค่ะมีจาก OIC ใช่ไหมคะมีจากเซกเตอร์ของประกันถูกต้องไหมคะมีตลาดหลักทรัพย์ด้วยนะคะมีเซกเตอร์อื่นเข้ามาร่วมกับเราอีกไหมคะในวันนี้ค่ะทุกท่านได้ยินเสียงใช่ไหมคะทุกท่านได้ยินเสียงผู้ดำเนินรายการอ๋อ โอเคค่ะไม่เป็นไรค่ะก็ถ้าเกิดว่าท่านเป็นผู้แทนนะคะจากหน่วยงาน Sectorial CERT นะคะที่เข้ามาร่วมเซสชันของเราวันนี้นะคะก็รบกวนพิมพ์เข้ามาในแชทก็ได้นะคะเพื่อทักทายกันเล็กน้อยนะคะเราจะได้ทราบว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยมีเซกเตอร์ใดมาเข้าร่วมกับเราบ้างนะคะแล้วก็เผื่อที่จะมีช่วงของ Q&A หรือว่าการถามตอบนะคะเราจะได้ให้ข้อมูลท่านได้ถูกต้องค่ะ Okay, so now we are waiting for one more guest who will join us in this live section here. Okay, we will begin shortly.
We I think we will have one of the representative from telco CERT, telecommunication CERT, yeah. And we also have some participants from online via Zoom. There are two sectors, I think, from capital market sector and insurance sector. Oh yeah, yeah.
Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love, oh no pretend. Stay by my side even when the world is caving in.
Oh, don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me.
I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. It's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, boy, I swear I did the worst.
If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love, oh no pretend. I'll be right here, baby, you know I sing closely. Oh, don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I'll put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
Somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth.
'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Maybe I am playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Maybe I am playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. I can never get attached when I start to feel unattached. Someone you always end up feeling bad. Baby, I'm not your dad. It's not all you want from me. I just want your company. Girl, it's obvious, elephant in the room, and we're a part of it. So they so confused, and you love starting it. Now I'm in the mood. Now we arguing in my bedroom. We play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't leave it. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Maybe I am playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Maybe I am playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. So when you're trying to fake your love on the regular, when you could be blowing up just like my cellular, I won't ever let a shorty go and set me up. Only thing I need to know is if you wet enough. I'm talking slick back, kick back, gangs up in 40s. You can play another day with your shorty. Mismatched twist, that was well before you know me. Gotta let her love when you bless it for me. Play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't leave it. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Maybe I am playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around, acting brand
want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. I see you standing there, and your heart got aware, and all I can think is very stirring, 'cause I know you wanna ask, scared the moment will pass. I can see it in your eyes, just take me by surprise. And all my friends, they tell me, Daisy, you.
Hello. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, representative from SEI Software Engineering Institute, and also from the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok, Thailand, and also NCSA staff and our guest today from Thailand Telecommunication CERT. And also good morning to all the participants who join us with us online today. Okay, let me give you a little overview of the schedule today. So in the morning, we will have the presentation from our representative from National CSIRT, and next we will have the activity led by SEI. The key area would be develop National CSIRT. And also we will have a little break for lunch, and we'll come back in the afternoon. We'll continue with the activities by SEI as well, focusing on sectorial CSIRT. And that will go on around until around 3 p.m. and around 4 p.m. will be the wrap up and closing speech for today's activity. All right. So ค่ะสวัสดีนะคะผู้ที่เข้าร่วมทางออนไลน์นะคะเราก็ผู้ที่เข้าร่วมทางห้องประชุมนะคะฟังสดเรานะคะวันนี้เราก็จะมีกิจกรรมนะคะจากทาง SEI นะคะทาง Software Engineering Institute นะคะแล้ววันนี้เนี่ยเรามีแขกนะคะจากทาง Sectorial CERT เข้ามาร่วม section ของเราวันนี้นะคะทั้งใน section live แล้วก็ออนไลน์ด้วยเช่นกันนะคะท่านที่เข้าร่วมออนไลน์ก็สามารถแสดงตนนะคะหรือทักทายกันได้ผ่านทางแชทนะคะแล้วก็ตลอดช่วงวันของวันนี้นะคะเราจะมี Q&A นะคะสำหรับท่านที่ได้ถามคำถามด้วยเช่นกันค่ะ Okay, so first of all, may I invite Colonel Thirawat Witayakon, the Assistant to Secretary General of NCSA, to give a little greeting. Thank you.
Good morning, Tracy, Sharon, Jared, and Lisa, NCSA colleagues and participants from online. Today's session will be about national CSIRT and the sector CSIRT. We have a good opportunity to have a very special guest from SEI or Software Engineering Institute, which has a lot of excellent knowledge in developing the CSIRT or CSIRT. I have talked to some of the co-founding of Thai CSIRT. He said that once he established Thai CSIRT, he sent some of his employees to study at SEI for a couple months. And he said that it is a very good opportunity for them to study and to bring back some knowledge and apply that knowledge to establish the Thai CSIRT. We would like to have that opportunity as well, but with the limited budget for this fiscal year, perhaps we might have the opportunity later. Before we begin, we would like to let everyone introduce themselves once again, because I firstly joined the meeting in person for the first time. I was in the UK last week, and so let's begin with myself. My name is Colonel Thirawat Witayakon, Assistant Secretary General, and the other function of me is Deputy Director of NCSIRT. Okay.
Good morning, Group Captain Jadet Kuha Kongkit, Director of Critical Information Infrastructure Management Office. Yeah, glad to see you again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andy. Yeah, so I'm very glad to join here because I got the support from you, the unit that is a real originate search. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Noppalat Sujinda, Head of Cyber Operation Division. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I am Saichon Sali. I'm acting Director of Coordination Office. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Saktipong Simampiam. I am Head of Security Operations Center Division. Thank you.
And for the guest, let's start from the representative from CSIRT.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pisut Mungsamai. You can call me Hat. I know I have a lot of colleagues in US cannot pronounce my name. You can call me Hat. Everybody in Thai, we have nickname, so it's easier to call nickname. And I am telecommunication sector CERT team lead, and really excited to come over here because this is my second time to come over here, and hopefully I learn many things from you guys. Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. I'm Lisa Kalazik with the U.S. Embassy. I work with Nick Waller and Jonathan Kent and supporting cyber governance at the embassy. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's good to see you all again. I hope you all had a nice holiday as well. My name is Jared Neitzel. I work on behalf of the Department of State's Bureau of East Asia and Pacific Affairs. I'm a cyber policy and programs officer, and I oversee our cybersecurity capacity building programs for the Asia region. So thank you for having us again.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you again. My name is Sharon Mudd. I'm also with the SCI. I particularly, my expertise in this area is with cyber operations, governance, risk, and compliance, and helping set up CSIRTs. So good to see you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tracy Bills, also from the Software Engineering Institute. And for those that are joining us for the first time during our trip, our team in collaboration with the U.S. Department of State, provides cybersecurity capacity building internationally with a primary focus on national incident response capabilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the self-introduction. And next, may I invite Colonel Tirawat once again to give the presentation on the overview of the National CERT. Please welcome.
Thank you. Can you bring up the slide, please? First, I am very impressed and very glad to have you here in NCSA. For SEI and Carnegie Mellon has a world reputation about computer science and software engineering for a very long time. I hope to attend this university, but I don't have a chance when I was, during my 20s. But it's glad to be, it's glad that you be here and you will provide us with some kind of useful information. Today I will go over overview about the National CERT once again, and provide you with more details about our National CERT. Basically, our National CERT is part of NCSA, National Cyber Security Agencies. We established under Section 22 of Cyber Security Act. Basically, the section 22, it elaborate about 17 responsibility for NCSA, and NCSIRT has delegate about has received the responsibility from that 17 issue about, I believe, 10 or 11 of that 17. Next slide, please. If you look at the mission of NCSA, currently we have six key missions. For the national CERT, we have responsibility for all of them, but mainly for the second and for the fourth pillar. The second pillar will be promote national and international cooperations with right now we have many agreement and many MOU going on with many countries, basically CERT to CERT cooperations. And the fourth pillar for monitoring and response to cyber threat and also incident response. This is another part of or another key function of our national CERT. For the national CERT, the total number of employees in the national CERT is 129 personnel, but currently we have about 11 personnel. We have a lot of room to go. Basically, for this year, we would like to recruit more, but due to the budget deficits, we cannot recruit more people. So in order to deal with this issue, we hire some of the temporary employee in order to fill in some of the gap that we need to in order to run our fundamental operations. Next slide, please. This is the structure of our national CERT. Basically, we have two offices in the national CERT. The first office is coordination office. The coordination, if you recall to this previous slides, we have two key missions. The first mission is coordination. So the first office will be responsible for coordination with domestic and international parties. The first sector of the coordination office is international coordination sector. Basically, for this sector, we will coordinate with other international agency and other country CERT. For example, right now we have we coordinate with India CERT and Israel CERT. We try to set up some of the program to exchange the threat information with these two CERT. And the other task that this sector is doing right now is providing some information to establish ASEAN CERT, which will be the CERT for the the CERT for the ASEAN nations. The second sector is coordination sector, which its task will be dealing with domestic coordinations. We try to set up the cyber community, national cyber communities in order to disseminate a key information about the cyber threat. Right now we have some media to disseminate some of the information. We use social media to connect with other party, and the number of other party growing every day. The third sector will be cyber threat information management sector. This sector work like a back office for answers. It collect all the threat information and store it in our local and cloud database. And we add up some of the threat intel and threat information into this database. And we try to build up our own database which are relevant to the attack that occur in Thailand. And the last sector of National CSIRT is help desk. This sector will operate 24/7. But right now we, as you mentioned yesterday, we start small. So we basically right now we can operate only during the office hour. The second office is operation office with responsible for threat monitoring and threat and incident response. This office also have 4 sectors. The first sector is National Security Operation Sector or NSOC. It monitor the threat information that pass to some of the ISP in our country. Right now we have some project or some program to deploy some of the equipment in the ISP and major CII organizations in order to monitor the threat intel. Basically, if we succeed with the pilot project, we will deploy a lot more equipment to, some more CII in the near future. The next sector is cyber operations center or SOC. The next sector will be forensics and investigation sector. We equip this capability into our National CSIRT in order to investigate and try to analyze and find the useful information for some other our customers. Basically, we will investigate and try to solve the problem and try to find the solution for the problems. The last sector of this office is the last two will be forensics. So we have 2 forensic sector in this office. Basically, if you look at the slides, we have both proactive and reactive service. For proactive service, we will coordinate and we will provide some of the useful information about the threat. And we coordinated with Sector CERT and CII in order to provide the information. The other services is reactive services. We coordinate with government sector once they have incidents in their organizations. We for the past year we investigate some of the incidents and we send some of our staff to help them investigate and try to find a solution for the problems. And if you look at the last slides, right now we coordinate with some sector CERT, TB CERT, and TCC CERT, and there are some organizations that would like or interested to be the sector CERT in the near future. For example, Department of Intelligence. Next slide, please. Last year, we have the total of 135 cases. As you see in the slides, most of them are vulnerabilities. because I mean Cyber Act just released in the year 2019. Many of our organization is not I mean is not ready for the cyber threat. So basically we try to find the vulnerability of that organization and try to improve the cyber capability or cyber resilience of that kind of organization. So vulnerability of the organization is the key issue for our insert right now. Besides, we also investigate some of the database events or database incidents, and the rest are also in the slides. Next slide, please. Okay. This is just the unit that are in the coordination office that I mentioned before, and for the information that we talked with you yesterday, we find out that we missed some of the, I mean, key important steps to build our national CERT. For example, for RFC 2350, right now we are in process of drafting it, and as you mentioned yesterday, we will relate the mission in RFC 2350 with the mission that we receive in the Cyber Act, and we also miss some of the key steps. For example, we might build a strategic partner with TB CERT and TTC CERT, and we also would like to build a strategic partner with some international CERT in order to build our capabilities. And we have basically, when I listened to your presentation yesterday, we have a lot of things to do because most of the information that you provide us yesterday, we still have a lot of gap that we have to fill in order to build our capability to be able to confront with the cyber threat. So basically, this will be the summary of national CERT this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Tirawat. That was a really comprehensive presentation that you just gave. And before we move on, do any of the participants online and in the meeting room here have any questions? ค่ะสำหรับผู้ที่ค่ะ sorry
I just have a quick question for you
Sure.
all per the insert components. I noticed that you had about 8 different components in the 4 in the coordination and 4 in the operation. And I think per SCI, some of what they've been talking about over the last week or so is how to prioritize. Have you all started prioritizing which out of those 8 you really want to focus on first, just because I know resources are limited and so is personnel. Have you maybe decided on prioritization at all with those?
For the 8 sector in both office, for the coordination office, right now we focus on the domestic and international cooperation sector, because we try to build the relationship with some other organizations. And for the operation sector, we prioritize our efforts to the monitoring services, because for the investigation and forensics, it will be the next priority once we receive more money. But now we focus on the monitoring and incident response.
For the monitoring services, are those related to intrusion detection sensors, that type of monitoring, or monitoring of threat reporting from some of the partners, or both?
For last year, for threat monitoring, we monitoring the threat information from dark web. We search for the dark web. We haven't deployed some of the equipment to other organizations, but we will within this fiscal year. One the contract have been awarded to some company. We will start to deploy some of the equipment to some of the key critical information infrastructure organization. But for the past year, we find the incident from dark web basically.
So for the participants online, if you have any questions, feel free to type your questions in the chat box นะคะถ้าผู้ที่เข้าร่วมออนไลน์นะคะก็สามารถถามคำถามได้นะคะมาทางช่องแชทของ Zoom ได้เลยค่ะค่ะ Ms. Turner, would you like to ask? Okay.
So for your documentation for all of your processes, how far along are you in getting those things lined up? Like, are you documenting all of those now, or are you doing that in the future?
Did you mean the threat information?
No, like incident response process. When someone calls you and says, "Hey, I think I have an incident," what do you do? Is that documented so that everybody does the same thing? Or are you just kind of feeling it out and working on it as you can? How about if I put it this way? Can you hand me a document that says, here's how we do incident response? Or is it a conversation?
Well, first it depends on the incidents.
Okay.
If it is the incident that involve with major organization, we might send some teams and to find the solutions. And once we find the solution, we will send them the documents. How can they solve the problems? And in addition to that, we will send this kind of information to some of other party that might be vulnerable to this kind of incident as well.
Okay.
So basically, we try to talk with them first, and then if we cannot solve the problem, we will send some of the team and try to find the root cause of the problem, and then after we done with the solution, we will send them the document.
Okay, good, thank you.
I will add a little bit about our process. When we got some incident report from organization, both CII and non-CII organization, we will try to discuss internally about the priority of the case, and then we will after we decide the priority of the case, we will send the team to work with the organization to solve the problem. So in terms of case management, we talk internally to prioritize them, and then we provide the resource for the one that have the higher priority.
Okay, there's no wrong answer here. I'm just trying to get a feel for where you are.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love your question.
So I have a question for the US side. As a national CERT role, are they really need to put the sensor on the organization network? If the answer is yes, do you have any strategy or any plan how to choose where to put the sensor with that organization? Because there is a lot more organization in Thailand if they have to put every sensor on network.
So our approach is, it depends. As far as the first part of your question on whether a national CSIRT should put sensors anywhere, as the group that participated in our session yesterday, we walked through the core components of a national CSIRT. And so monitoring is one potential service that a national CSIRT can provide, but it's not required by any sort of documentation or guidance. If a national CSIRT's mission and their authority from the government indicates that they can do that, then it's definitely one of the services they can select, which sounds like it is one of the future services that the National CERT is working towards. And then, yes, we probably have some references that we could point everyone to for helping to work through where to place the sensors at or how to prioritize.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from SEI? No? Okay ค่ะมีคำถามเพิ่มเติมจากทางออนไลน์ไหมคะโอเคค่ะถ้าอย่างนั้นเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตไปต่อนะคะ So the next session in our agenda will be the workshop on developing national cyber incidents response plan. Please allow me to welcome representative from SEI to lead this activity.
Okay. So yesterday, for those that participated in the National CSIRT session, we went through some of the core components, especially those that you want to take into consideration during your planning stages. And so a lot of that has already set the stage for your development. So there are a couple of areas though that we wanted to talk about today. And I think since there are some of the Sector CSIRT representatives participating, the first part is also useful for them as well, because not only does it help you with development of the CERT, whether it's national or sector or any other type of incident response team. The items that we will talk about also help when it comes to the coordination with other CERTs, whether that's domestically or internationally, which are some of the things that you just talked about as priorities. And it's applicable to the Sector CSIRTs for the same reason. This afternoon, we will go through our Sector CSIRT framework that our team developed, and that will be more focused on One, the sector CSIRTs that have already been initiated to help them identify any gaps, perhaps in their implementation, and help them for continued growth and development, and then to assist them and the National CSIRT on helping others to establish a sector CSIRT as well. So that some of that content will be a little bit similar to yesterday's, but we'll talk about the unique nature of the sector CSIRTs, and there may be areas from that that you can apply as well in your sector CSIRT development. But what I wanted to start with this morning, let me share these slides. All right. So from the National CSIRT as well as the sector CSIRTs, how many people are already aware of the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams, or FIRST? I know the original CSIRT is currently a member, as well as TB-CERT is a member as well. But again, one of the reasons why I wanted to walk through the informational slides about FIRST is because one, there's information from working towards FIRST membership that help you prioritize your development tasks. So a lot of those things that we talked about yesterday in the action list that we shared is really long, right? If you looked at it, there are a lot of things and decisions you have to make. But for FIRST membership is some of the foundational development pieces. So it's a good place to start with prioritizing some of those foundational pieces. So it will not only help you to develop the initial stages of the National CSIRT, but then it'll also help you achieve FIRST membership if you want to go down that path. And these slides will talk a little bit about why you might want to do that. Yes.
Can I have a quick question? Is it mandatory to be the member of FIRST? I mean,
no.
And what is the benefit of what is the benefit to be the member of
Yes.
FIRST organizations?
Great questions. The first one is no, it's not a requirement. And I'll talk a little bit about why we recommend it and why we assist incident response team in developing their capability to the point that they can become a member. And I'll talk about some of the benefits as well in these slides. So yes, definitely great questions. And before I start also, since the existing CSIRT is already a member, but you are transitioning a couple of areas such as the name and possibly some equipment. Since the staff are not also moving, then the membership stays with that organization, and they would just update their roster with FIRST with whatever new name and whatever new constituency they define. And the new CSIRT, the new National CSIRT, would then, if you choose to work towards FIRST membership, would need to go through the process that we'll talk about. So with these slides, I just want to provide an introduction to what FIRST is, some of the projects that are part of the FIRST community, and some of the reasons why you might want to join. And first, just for complete transparency, for our team, we see the benefits for assisting teams in joining because our assistance most of the time is only for so long. And one of the most important benefits is that becoming part of a community, a global community like FIRST, then gives you access to a lot of other peer organizations, other national CSIRTs, additional training, information exchange, and we'll talk about some of those. So those benefits are there for you to continue growing even after any of our assistance might end in the future. So that's one of the reasons why we work to help national CSIRTs, especially sector CSIRTs and others, to join. One of the reasons why these are the slides directly from FIRST is because I'm currently on the FIRST board of directors, and my role within FIRST is the board liaison to the membership committee and to the fellowship program, which we'll talk about. But that insight into the organization also helps our team help other incident response teams in their development. So that's sort of the kind of circular path as far as the relationships, but it provides additional benefits to teams such as yours in the development phase. So for those that aren't familiar with FIRST, the CERT division at SCI is one of the initial founding teams of FIRST. It began in 1990 with just a meeting of a handful of incident response teams. That's right after CERT CC was developed, and many of the very initial incident response teams began to be developed. So the goals of FIRST are to enable you to engage with peers. So FIRST consists of not just national CSIRTs, but private sector CSIRTs, product CSIRTs, basically any organization that has a security team or an incident response team can become a member. It also enables a shared understanding of security problems. And one of the ways that it does that is by developing technologies and standards. So there are some standards that the members of FIRST work on in groups to develop those and then share them out with the global community. Any member can participate in those groups as well. So you could potentially contribute to future standards efforts. And then one of the key ones is fostering an environment that benefits your work. So we'll talk about some of the other projects and sharing opportunities that are within the organization. So what seems like a simple vision is definitely still very challenging. The goal is to bring incident response teams from every country together in order to help improve the security and safety of the internet for everyone. We're not quite at that goal yet of having at least a team from every country represented yet, but it's getting closer. So global coordination is definitely one of the key benefits. So as a member, you then have access to a contact list of all the other members. So when there is a significant incident or something that other teams in perhaps another region have been reporting on, and now you are seeing it, it connects you to those other teams for advice and guidance on how to respond. So the global language piece, so the incident response lexicon is a key commonality among all of the teams. And then working towards policy and governance in order to help each other as well. So the areas in green are countries that have members in FIRST, and these numbers are probably just a few months old. I think we are at 99 countries, so we're waiting for, because some of the countries have multiple teams, obviously, if private sector incident response teams are members. And so some of the areas of focus in the next couple of years are to continue expanding members into those white areas. And if you want to see where Asia Pacific teams are, they are right around second and third place there. It's hard to see on this screen, but it is the purple line that's almost even with the green line, which is North America. So Asia Pacific kind of runs close to the number of North American teams. So this diagram represents the membership application process, and we don't necessarily have to go into a lot of detail on this now, but perhaps in future sessions, we can start to work on some of the foundational pieces that you plan to work on anyway for developing the National CERT happen to be the same ones that are needed for membership. And we'll show you an example of how we track some of that when we're assisting other teams towards this goal. One of the first steps, though, is to have 2 sponsors that are currently members. So for teams that we assist, we usually serve as primary sponsor, and then the secondary sponsor can be what we like to encourage is it to be another National CSIRT, or in the case of the Sector CSIRTs, perhaps it's the National CERT or another private sector or Sector CSIRT within the country. For a National CSIRT, it's good to have another National CSIRT from the region to be your sponsor. And so those are things that we usually assist with as well if you don't have a secondary sponsor identified once you start working towards this goal. So on this slide, it shows the next step as the application. Obviously, since the National CSIRT is still being formed and implemented, there are going to be a lot of other steps to get from 1 to 2 for when you're ready for application. And I'll show you some of the things that are listed there. I will show those in just a moment and how we could incorporate those into future sessions to help you get the capability of the National CSIRT up to that level. Part of the application process, as you see in step 3, is a site visit. So there is an assessment, and we can show you what some of the assessment consists of. But there are also everything that's on the assessment are things that we usually assist the National CSIRT with anyway. So documenting your policies and processes, especially the incident response related ones. And that was one of the reasons Sharon was asking that question earlier, to see where you're at now and which ones still need to be completed. Then once that is completed, the sponsor team develops a summary of the assessment along with any of the other documents that are needed for the application, and it's submitted. All applications are shared with all of the members first for review and comment, usually over around a 2-week period. And then if there aren't any issues raised with the application, it's then provided at the next board meeting for the board to approve the membership. So that's the general process. But again, getting from step 1 to step 2, there are some development steps that we would need to do. Yes, Group Captain Jadette is ahead of me and put in the chat the Sim 3, which is listed on here. And I will bring up the page in just a moment so that everyone can see that as well. But if anyone wants to take a look while I'm talking. A fellowship program, I will have to get back to you, but since since you're only taking the CSIRT name and having to start this development process somewhat from the beginning for yourself, you may be eligible for the fellowship program before membership. What it helps with is it provides some financial benefits in the form of travel and registration expenses for 2 people to attend the annual FIRST conference, which is held every June. The application period for fellowships is towards the end of the calendar year. And then announcements are usually made in February, March timeframe. So it might be, we can just discuss over the next couple of months, and it might be something that the National CERT could look to applying for at the end of this calendar year. So just a little bit from the organizational structure, if you're interested in first from an organizational perspective, it's led by a 10-person board of directors. Those are elected by the member teams each year. It has 1 full-time actual employee, which is the executive director, and then the secretariat who works from Chicago in the US. As an organization, it's incorporated as a nonprofit in the United States, but it is a global organization. And the funding for the different activities comes from the annual membership fees and the conference registration fees. So these are some of the events that you can participate in even as non-members. So there may be some training opportunities, especially those that are held in the region. Usually there's at least one symposia that's held in the Asia Pacific region, frequently co-hosted by AP CERT or others. So that may be an event to help you start getting plugged in. Yep. Yeah, to start coordinating with some of those other teams. And you don't have to be a member to attend the technical colloquium or the symposium. And then the annual conference is usually every June. Attendance can range from 500 to, I think the most has been right around 1,000 in one of the previous years. Obviously, the last 2 years it's been held virtually, but this year we will be back in person in Dublin in June. So we talked yesterday about the CSIRT services framework, and we'll talk about it again this afternoon, but from the perspective of the sectors. And so that is one of the resulting products from FIRST. So it was member teams that worked on and developed the services framework. There are frequently training materials available as well, plus the training that is usually conducted at some of those in-person events as well. And this slide is one of the reasons why we worked towards assisting teams in reaching the capability where they can apply, because having access to some of the training and the instructors from around the world and some of your peer incident response teams is very beneficial. Special interest groups, there are, I've lost track how many we have now. There's quite a few. There's some examples of the different types listed on this slide. You actually don't have to be a member to have someone participate in one of the special interest groups. So if there's one of interest, then you can always reach out to me and I can connect you with the chairs of those. As you'll see under some of the SIGs that are related to standards, traffic light protocol is one of the special interest groups. So those that participate in that group are the ones who developed the initial version of traffic light protocol, and they're currently working on an update to that as well, which you should see published in the next month. There are also some of them that are more discussion based. So the industrial control systems group might be something of interest for the National CSIRT or some of the sectors as well. These are some of the standards that the different groups work on as well. I mentioned having access to contact information for all of the members, which comes in handy during incidents. So that's one of the technical resources that becomes available. There are, FIRST has its own instance of the malware information sharing platform that your National CSIRT is working on implementing. So being able to connect to their instance of MISP could be beneficial for you. As well as there's frequently training related to the platform and others, since the developers of that are members of FIRST. And then there are membership lists and distros, and there's a Slack channel for live chat with other members. And there are various channels within the Slack based on interest. So there you have a lot of access to incident response teams around the world that comes in handy when you're working on an incident that perhaps you don't have expertise in how to respond to it. There may be others within the community that do, and you can reach out to them through the communications channels. Some of the things that FIRST as an organization has recently started becoming more engaged in are some of the global policy forums. Some of the other similar international organizations like the Global Forum of Cyber Experts, or GFCE. So being able to take what is normally seen as an operational activity when it comes to incident response, and having the needs and knowledge from those organizations to help provide input and guidance into those that are developing global cyber policy is another benefit as well. Just some of the partners of FIRST, some of those that you may already be familiar with, and many of them are regionally focused. All right, so that is just an overview of FIRST and how it ties into your development as a national CSIRT or a sector CSIRT. One of the things that I'll bring up next, so that it will help tie that in a little bit better. But while I bring that up, feel free to ask questions.
Let me have a quick question about CSIRT. What is CSIRT?
Yes. Yep, go ahead.
It's a product related cert. So if a vendor has a product, they may have a CSIRT team. Think of Microsoft that will send you information on incidents related to Microsoft products. More private sector stuff than anything else.
So it is about the product. It is not specific to the security product, right? It's any kind of product.
Could be, yeah. It's a vendor's way of, if their CSIRT team is working on an incident that affects their products that they create, they like to let all of their people know about it. You know, all their customers or anybody that uses that product know about it. So that's what those are for. It's a way to share information from their CSIRT teams in their organization with the other teams that may be affected.
At the national level, should we have something like this? I mean, in the national level, should we have the CSIRT in Thailand, or it's not necessary?
Yeah, so they're usually within that individual company. So you may have, if you have Thai companies that develop IT or IT security products, then they may have a CSIRT for their organization. And if they do, then they would definitely be one of those stakeholders that you would want to collaborate with.
I see. Thank you.
The reason why they're called out separately now within FIRST is because there are a lot of aspects of a national CSIRT or other types of CSIRTs that it's slightly different for a PCERT. Their mission and their purpose, right, is to is more for vulnerability coordination. So identifying vulnerabilities in their products or others and working with other organizations to find solutions for those vulnerabilities is one of their key focuses. So you
let me ask
go
a little
ahead.
bit more. For example, like Microsoft or Google, I'm not sure that they will have this kind of CERT internally or not.
They do.
Yep.
Be sure, they do.
Yep.
And they can join together and come to community,
Yeah,
right?
if you go to the FIRST website and you look for somebody like that, you'll see like Oracle, for instance. I know the security operations guys over there, they're members of it as well. So you'll see them on these lists if you're looking for that kind of thing, just so you know what contact information or where to look up their website or whatever.
So here for the
Adobe,
United States,
Amazon, Apple.
the ones that are labeled as PCERTs. And then others, if they're not, if they say CSIRT, that's usually just incident response for their company itself, not necessarily for products.
All right, thank you so much.
So to tie in, one of the reasons why I wanted to walk through FIRST as an organization and its benefits, as well as the application process, as you saw on the one slide, and as that Group Captain Jaded has already shared the link in the chat, part of the new application process is a SIM3 self-assessment. It's just a self-assessment for FIRST membership, but there are other levels. And SIM3 is an assessment that's specifically for incident response teams. Some of our colleagues in the Netherlands are the main developers of this particular assessment. We use some components of it sometimes when we're working with national teams as well. For many of the European countries, it's a requirement. There are certain levels that they must reach, and those are dictated by some of their new cybersecurity regulations and things of that nature. For others, it's just it's very good tool to use to assess where you're at, as well as after you've implemented some of your capabilities, doing it again to see where are some of your gaps and help identify some of your goals for future development. So some of those things that we talked about yesterday at the end, assessing your progress, it's one instrument that you can use. For FIRST membership, it's just this, it's a very tailored one. It's that first yellow block there, FIRST membership baseline. And on the left, you see there's it's a series of questions and you might notice some of them are similar to the ones that we ask you a lot and that we went over in the core components, because some of the initial things, right, are do you have a defined mission, and is it hosted somewhere? Who are your constituents? And things of that nature are kind of the baseline questions. And so after you go through and you answer, we talked about authority yesterday as well. You answer the question about authority. After you answer all of the questions, let me see if I can get it to scroll up a little bit. Doesn't want to scroll here on the right-hand side, but once it's completed, it generates this little, where you see the circles on the right-hand side. Yeah, I don't know why the right-hand side doesn't want to scroll, but I think it's the way they have their page set up. There we go. See if that helped a little bit.
So essentially, it's assessing your maturity in each one of these categories, or you're assessing yourself for how mature you are in each one of these categories.
Yeah. For some of the other levels, if you wanted to try to get to intermediate or advanced, for many of those, they have processes where you can have a someone who's certified in Sim3 assessments conduct the assessment for you. So those are options down the road as you develop. But for our assistance, we use the first membership baseline a lot to help you get the foundational pieces in place. So let me bring.
I have a question for the assessment. I'm sorry. What if we got the result pretty bad? Do we get kicked out from the membership? I'm sorry, I have to ask this.
Oh no, yeah. For the self-assessment piece, I mean, the key is, one, be honest, right? So if you don't have something and you say you do, I mean, it doesn't benefit anyone. The baseline is something new as part of the first membership application, and it's just to verify you have some of the initial things in place, and none of those are very complicated or advanced. If you wanted to do any of the others, I can't remember if the other levels have self-assessments as well. I think they do, but the other levels usually have where you can request someone to do those assessments for you. But it's more of a, I guess if you look at it from, it doesn't benefit you any, right, by filling those out incorrectly. The goal is to know where you're at so you can continue to build your capability in the organization.
So there's two pieces then. There's the self-assessment that you do against all of those controls. And then there's your first sponsor who is basically verifying to first that you are at the right level for membership. So like I've done a few of those assessments myself, and it's just asking a lot of very similar questions and seeing evidence and seeing things in practice so that those two things kind of match up. That's the important part.
So this spreadsheet is one that one of our team members developed that we use when we're assisting, especially National CSIRTs. It could be used with any incident response team, though, that we were assisting to work towards development to meet the initial criteria for first membership. Again, though, even if you choose not to pursue first membership, which is perfectly fine, this type of process and this document is good to use along with that checklist that we shared yesterday, because these are the initial foundational pieces that you want to have in place for the National CERT. So working through these items, even if you don't pursue first membership, or if you don't pursue for, say, 1 to 2 years, it's still beneficial to use these resources. So the first section, so all of these items are from the membership application and from the assessment checklist. When I say assessment checklist, not the SIM3 one, but from the assessment that your sponsor will do for membership application. But as you see, the first section that's titled General Items, these are a lot of the things that we talked about yesterday when developing your CERT that you need. And are most of the things that the baseline SIM3 assessment asks about. So the other key point for most of those items. So what we do is we use this spreadsheet for tracking. So if we were to use it in working with you, we'd go through and identify what you already have and where it can be found. So that document column, usually once you've posted an RFC 2350 that we talked about yesterday and that you mentioned this morning, once you've done that, a lot of times you can just point to it and say, you know, here's the documented proof of the answers to each of those. For some, it's items that are published on their website that convey all of those things as well. You know, what your mission is, who your constituents are, and some of that information. So what's filled in the document column are just examples. These are not where you have to put it, but just examples. And then for those that we assist, that next column is, you know, for example, you share where you have these items documented at, and when we review, if it meets the first criteria, then we'll color it green. If there's something missing or you need to add some more detail to something, it will be yellow. And then if it's something that hasn't been created or defined yet, then it would be red until, those are helpful because then you can look at the yellow and red items to prioritize what you want to work on next for your CERT development.
So basically, in order to become the member, you have to meet all the criteria, right? I see.
Yeah, all of the items that are in this spreadsheet are directly from the membership criteria.
Because all the criteria it has mandatory in parentheses. So basically, we might have to meet all the criteria or to have them all greens.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Or all greens and maybe some yellows if you can kind of talk your way through it.
Yeah, if you have it.
Reds are
else.
bad.
And sometimes, so in the next section, these are policies. So like I said, even if you're not working on first membership, these are all of the foundation items the National CSIRT or a Sector CSIRT should have anyway. So these are the documented policies that you should establish. And for some, especially National CSIRTs, there are some of these that may be ones that you don't develop. They may be given to you by a parent organization, or they might be a regulation or a law that covers some of them. The key thing is to know where and what document tells you or guides you in any of these areas, and being able to point your sponsor to them. And so, yeah, any of the items in the notes column, those are just examples. Like those are example feedback of if we reviewed somebody's documentation, those might be samples of the types of notes that we would provide back. So just looking at some of the policies that you need. I think we talked about some of them yesterday with like record retention. You'll notice on the policies as well, most of them are marked as mandatory, meaning those policies you must have a policy with the minimum requirements for the application. And then others, there might be some things that are labeled as optional.
In any event, it's a really good way to know where you are. That's what I like about
Yeah.
it. How far along am I in my process?
So all of the policies, then there's some that relate to incident response, and some are related to your CSIRT's network and tools.
Yeah,
The-
section 3 is the physical aspects of it that we would look at during an assessment. If we were to assess you for that kind of thing, we'd want to put eyes on things.
Okay.
Like, show me where your computers are,
Yes.
show me how the network
Yeah.
is done.
Yeah.
Excellent. So now we have only empty room.
And then section 4 is on incident handling. So some of the things that we talked about yesterday, and as part of the National Incident Response Plan development for the National CSIRT itself, having something that shows what an incident, how you've defined an incident and how to report it. So that might be, as you see in the document column, that might be something that you have on your website that says how to report incidents to you and what fields are required. Or you might have it in a document within the organization. And we can share this if you'd like a copy of it, we could share it. And then the other one being an incident response plan itself. So not just the national one, but then for your organization, what's the National CSIRT's role in that? You may have a internal document that outlines that. And then for the sector CSIRTs as well, they may have their own incident response plan that shows their workflow. And then the other ones are, I don't want to say easier, but these aren't as in-depth as the other requirements. So we talked yesterday about one of the core components of a national CSIRT is to have professional development and training plans or processes for the staff. And so that's one of the things that's looked at. It doesn't even have to be in-depth. For example, our organization, every person is provided one professional development opportunity each year. And so even just something that states that is your professional development process is what's looked at here. It's just a check to see that you are providing some process for continuing to educate your staff. And then conferences is listed as mandatory in the sense of it's not every staff member necessarily, but that the National CSIRT participates in some sort of regional or international activities such as conferences or trainings. All right. Okay, so that's, so this is just, everything reflects what's in the membership process or in the application, but this is how we assist teams. It's also the same thing that we could use regardless of first membership to help you design the milestones for what you need to implement as you stand up the National CERT. These are also applicable to the sectors that are on, that are joining today, but we'll also talk about some unique aspects to sector CSIRTs this afternoon. I think I saw, let me stop sharing. I think I saw from the screen that TB CERT had joined. If TB CERT is still on, since you are already a member first, if there's anything you'd like to share about the process of joining or the benefits that you get out of first. I don't want to put you on the spot. So if you're not able to share that, that's fine. I just wanted to provide the opportunity.
ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ TB CERT ไม่แน่ใจว่าอยู่ตรงนี้หรือเปล่าคะ ค่ะพอดีคุณเชรอนนะคะจาก SEI เนาะพอดีสังเกตเห็นว่ามี TB CERT นะคะซึ่งเป็นเมมเบอร์ของ First อยู่แล้วนะคะเผื่อจะแชร์ประสบการณ์ให้กับ Sectorial CERT ที่อยู่ตรงนี้หากไม่สะดวกก็ไม่เป็นไรนะคะ
สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ
เชิญค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ Hi Tracy Bill and everyone ค่ะแชร์เป็นภาษาไทยหรือว่าภาษาอังกฤษค่ะ
ใช่
ก็สำหรับ TB CERT นะคะตอนจอย First นะคะเราก็ได้ทำแอปพลิเคชันเหมือนที่ทาง Tracy Bill เขาบอกอะค่ะว่าแบบต้องมีกรอบอะไรบ้างค่ะก็ใช้เวลาค่อนข้างเยอะพอสมควรนะคะแล้วก็แต่ว่าเราได้รับ endorse จากทางไทยเซิร์ชนะคะทางมาไตอะค่ะช่วยมาเป็น secondary approval ให้เราอะค่ะแล้วก็ประสบการณ์ก็คือเราก็ไปจอย first conference ที่ครั้งแรกนะคะที่ต่างประเทศกับทางทีมนะคะก็ค่อนข้างได้ความรู้ค่ะแล้วค่อนข้างแบบเซสชันค่อนข้างใหญ่มากค่ะแล้วก็มาจากทั่วโลกมาจอยกันแล้วก็จะมีเซสชันให้ทำเน็ตเวิร์กิ่งก็จะได้รู้จักเพื่อนใหม่ๆด้วยค่ะค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ okay, just to summarize in English, so the staff from TB CERT just share with us her experience with First. Okay, so yeah, like she said that it took her a while to complete the application, right? But I think she got the assistant from Thai CERT, right? Right. Okay. And so like TB CERT joined the conference as well, and it was really nice. She said that the organization, like the event was huge, and then she got a lot of connections, built a lot of connections from joining the conference as well. So that's the summary in English.
Let me add a little bit. She already said that Thai CERT is the secondary sponsor for TB CERT, and Thai CERT helped a lot to support TB CERT about this. Yeah, thank you.
That's great. One of the other things that I will mention is our team facilitates annual National CSIRT meeting, and it is usually held in conjunction with the annual first conference. So most of the time when the first conference ends on Friday, half day, then that afternoon we start the National CSIRT meeting, and then it runs all day on Saturday after the conference as well. And so it's an invitation only event, and only National CSIRTs are invited to participate usually. And all of the presentations are from National CSIRTs that are attending. So it's the only event like it where you can learn from your peers, because there aren't that many National CSIRTs in the grand scheme of incident response teams or even first membership. It's still somewhat of a small community, and National CSIRTs have unique challenges or responsibilities that a lot of other incident response teams don't have. So National CSIRTs find it very beneficial to be able to get together with the other teams, and some of the presentations are technically focused, so perhaps on ways that they addressed a particular incident in their nation that year, or everything from technical topics to more cybersecurity strategy, and developing sector CSIRTs within their country is one of the themes for this year. And so as you become officially announced and established as the National CSIRT, then we'll be sure to add you to next year's invitation list.
let me ask more about this. Besides the National CSIRT opportunity to join together, is there any other kind of event that we give to the specific sector to join together? For example, the banking sector around the world join together. Is there any kind of event like this?
There are, for financial sector, I believe there are some that are sponsored by the U.S. Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center, and we'll talk a little bit about the difference in ISAC in the U.S. and Sector CSIRT and others. But for sectors that do operate globally, such as financial services, they host some events. But I think it depends on the sector on whether or not you can find events for them. I don't, yeah, and then AP CERT has events that are usually combined, so not just for National CSIRTs but other teams too.
Let me talk to TB CERT representative. คุณจูนครับถามคุณจูนอีกแล้วครับเพราะว่าถือว่าเป็นผู้เชี่ยวชาญอยากทราบว่าในส่วนของ CERT ที่เป็น Finance Sector อะครับไม่แน่ใจว่าตั้งแต่เข้าเป็นเมมเบอร์ของ First มาเนี่ยได้มีโอกาสเป็นเหมือน Joy Community ที่เขามีฟอรัมกันเฉพาะ CERT ทางด้าน Finance บ้างไหมครับมันมีอะไรแบบนี้บ้างไหมครับโดยประสบการณ์ของ TB CERT นะครับ
จริงไม่มีอะค่ะคือมันจะเป็นเหมือนท็อปิกอย่าง malware analysis หรืออะไรอย่างนี้ก็จะเป็นท็อปิกที่ทางทีมเทคนิคอะค่ะเขาไปจอยแต่ในส่วนของถ้าจะเป็น specific เป็น financial เลยอะเหมือนเราตั้งกันเองค่ะก็คือก็จะมีfinancial CERT ของประเทศอื่นอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเขามาจอยมีติ้งร่วมกันค่ะจะเป็นจัดแยกเองค่ะแต่จะไม่ได้มีคอนเฟอเรนซ์แบบเป็นรวมประเทศแบบที่เฟิร์สเขาทำค่ะ
ครับก็คือแสดงว่าเหมือนไปเจอกันเองในฟอรัมแล้วก็รวมกลุ่มกันเองแล้วก็คุยกันเองประมาณนั้นใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ค่ะถ้าจะแยกเซกเตอร์เรื่องออกมาค่ะแต่ส่วนใหญ่
ประสบการณ์ที่เคยได้เข้าร่วมได้ไปเจอfinance sector CERT ในประเทศต่างๆนะครับพอจะเล่าให้ฟังได้ไหมครับว่ามันมีข้อดีข้อเสียหรือว่ามันเป็นยังไงอะครับ
ก็เขาก็จะแชร์ specific case กันนะคะที่เป็นเกี่ยวกับ banking sector หรือ financial sector ค่ะมันก็จริงๆภาพรวมมันน่าจะเหมือนกันทุกที่ค่ะณตอนที่เห็นนะคะก็คือก็มีการแชร์เคสกันแล้วก็เล่าภาพรวมว่าเกิดภัยอะไรขึ้นค่ะก็จะเป็นลักษณะของการมีตติ้งประมาณนั้น
โอเคครับเข้าใจแล้วครับขอบคุณครับ
Okay, just to give you a little translation. So Group Captain Jadet asked a representative from TB CERT about the gathering, like for example, the conference that gathers all the certs from like financial sectors from different countries together. And so she said that there is no such thing as that kind of conference yet. But what she has been doing is that she, for example, like when TB CERT joined a conference and like know some people and like, you know, she gets some connections from that conference, right? She would organize some kind of meeting or conference within that group that she knows. And during the conference, she would say that like people joining would share specific cases or, you know, like, yeah, like share cases and talk about like overall situation, something like that. Right. Anything that I missed?
She also mentioned that in general, she found that it's quite similar to the other sector. So in general, there are some practices in common but in some specific cases, it's about the sector specific that she tried to communicate to us. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things that is important to keep in mind is even the concept of sector CSIRTs is still fairly new, and many places are just now identifying the need for them and getting started in the development, similar to the way Thailand has recognized the need and has started, but you still only have a small number of sector CSIRT. So it's similar everywhere. And so one of the things that we're trying to do with the annual National CSIRT meeting is to start looking at ways of how to incorporate the sectors as well. Since the meeting was virtual, the last year was the first year that we ever included teams that weren't national CSIRT. Since it was virtual, it was a little bit easier to do. And so the program committee selected the financial sector and the health sector for national CSIRTs to identify organizations that represented those two sectors to attend. And there were some of them that co-presented with their national CSIRT on how they had worked together on something specific to their sector, whether it was incidents or even in the case of the health sector, the UK presented on some of their work with the health sector during COVID. And so, yeah, I think everyone's starting to identify the need to bring the different groups together, but there's not a specific event or mechanism to do so yet. It's good though to start, I know we've talked about that a little bit within Thailand, right? Starting some of that between the national CERT and the sector CSIRTs, and as more sectors come on, being able to have some type of periodic engagement with them, whether it's an in-person meeting or workshop to help build the processes and the relationship. Were there any other questions either from yesterday on developing the national CSIRT or any of the items from that action list or from today?
I remember that you mentioned about the CERT name.
Yes.
Can you give us more detail, because some of the other person will not know about this.
Yes, so on the CERT, that discussion, okay. So in the past, the term CERT was trademarked by Carnegie Mellon University, and there was a process for teams that wanted to use it in their name to complete a form and get permission to use it, since it was trademarked. As of either last year or the year before, the university decided not to continue the trademarking it internationally. So international teams that want to use that as part of their name no longer have to fill out any forms. There was no cost or anything associated with it. It was just helpful to keep track of who was using it. One of the things our team, as part of that process, would do is one, it alerted us to when there was a new national team being stood up, but we also would work with those that processed the trademark request to reserve certain names or letters. So for the national CSIRT, so they wouldn't trademark or wouldn't let another team that wasn't a national CSIRT take, for example, if the country code for Thailand is a TH, that would be reserved for Thailand to use as either TH CERT or CERT TH if they so chose. But so that was one of the benefits to it. But now that process is no longer required for international teams, only for within the US companies that want to use the term in their name still apply for trademark permission. So you are good with that now. So I think the naming now is just whether the decision becomes final that you migrate the existing CSIRT name to NCSA, or if you decide to take a new name that you choose.
I try to find the documentation that prove you're saying about that. Yep. But I cannot find.
Okay. Well, let me.
So
yes.
if you can send me the link to show that the CERT name is now free to use, please send me.
Yes, I will. Because I noticed it was in the what was it? The timeline of things that needed to be done in. I forget which document. The strategy or the.
Because sometimes some organization ask me about this,
yes.
but they need
proof.
The documentation that prove my thought.
Yes.
So I cannot show them. So if you can provide us, it will be beneficial.
Yep. Let me find the link.
Peter, that it's actually in the website of the Carnegie Mellon. In the website, it show that it's stating that there's no longer for international CERT trademark.
Yep. If you have the link handy, you can put it in the chat. If not, I am looking for it.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll do it.
ครับขอบคุณครับคุณจูนครับเพื่อเป็นประโยชน์กับท่านอื่นด้วยครับ
It's the wrong one.
Let me ask about the National CERT. We try to transfer the name from the old organization to us. Do we need to reassessment again?
Yes. So for first, yes. So if they may have to look at it on a case-by-case basis once you determined what is transferring. So if it's just the name and some of the equipment, like we talked about last week, I think, then yes, you would have to go through the membership process, then the assessment process. And that's because it's different people and a different facility and different processes. So you have your own documentation and processes. Yes. If all of that were just because that happens sometimes where a national CSIRT gets moved from one parent organization to another, maybe from one ministry to another. In those situations, if it's everything that's going and it's just the parent organization that's changing, then just their contact information and their parent organization information has to be updated in the membership roster. But since that doesn't sound like, unfortunately, doesn't sound like what you get to do, then yes, going through the whole process, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because it will also help you to develop those policies and processes for the new National CSIRT.
ถามทางบ้านบ้างครับไม่แน่ใจว่าคนที่อยู่ทางออนไลน์มีท่านไหนอยากจะถามอะไรเพิ่มเติมไหมครับ หรือว่าผู้แทนของทางของทาง Sector CERT ของทาง Sector อื่นๆ ก็ได้ไหมครับที่ไม่ใช่ทาง Finance นะครับท่านอื่นๆมีคำถามเพิ่มเติมไหมครับถ้ายังไม่มีนะครับงั้นก็ถ้างั้นอาจจะเป็นการพักเบรกทานข้าวก่อนเนาะครับงั้นเดี๋ยว
ค่ะโอเคค่ะ since there are no more questions so thank you very much Miss Tracy Bill and also Miss Sharon Matt from SEI for the presentation and for the explanation so we are going to have a 1-hour lunch break now and we will come back let's say 1 p.m. should be a good time. Okay, so let's come back again at 1 p.m. here. And the afternoon session will be focused on the sectorial CERT and will also be conducted by SEI. So right now, enjoy your lunch and I'll see you again at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
สวัสดีครับได้ยินเสียงไหมครับฮัลโหลครับได้ยินเสียงไหมครับตอนนี้ก็ใกล้เริ่มช่วงบ่ายแล้วนะครับก็ในช่วงบ่ายนะครับก็จะโฟกัสไปที่เนื้อหาของ Sector CERT เป็นหลักนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นช่วงบ่ายถ้าท่านไหนอยากจะสอบถามโดยเฉพาะผู้แทนจาก Sector CERT นะครับท่านสามารถสอบถามจากผู้แทนจาก SCI ได้เต็มที่นะครับประเด็นไหนที่ยังสงสัยเรื่องการสมัครเมมเบอร์ของ First หรือว่าเรื่องการทำงานที่แตกต่างกันระหว่าง Sector CERT กับทาง National CERT อันนี้สามารถถามได้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็แจ้งเพิ่มเติมอีกนิดนึงนะครับว่าช่วงบ่ายเนี่ยทางผู้แทนของ SCI จะอยู่กับเราได้ถึงแค่บ่าย3นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นมีเวลาเพียงแค่ไม่เกิน2 ชั่วโมงนะครับก็ขอเริ่มตอนบ่ายโมงตรงแล้วก็จะมีเวลาถึงแค่ไม่เกินบ่าย3นะครับครับขอบคุณครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ ตอนนี้ได้เวลาแล้วนะคะ เวลาบ่ายโมงแล้วค่ะ เราจะเริ่มในส่วนของพาร์ทช่วงบ่ายกันเลยค่ะ May I have your intention, please? Now it's time to resume the afternoon session. I would like to pass the stage to SEI. Please resume the presentation.
Great. Sorry, we were having lots of conversations within the room. So give me just a moment to bring up the afternoon slides. Is everyone that's on this afternoon, they were also on this morning, or are there any new people that need to be introduced or that we need to introduce ourselves for?
I think no need to introduce ourselves again.
Okay.
You can start the session from now.
I just wanted to make sure.
Our participants in the morning, they have meeting with the permanent secretary for the MDES. Actually, the meeting was the meeting was it should be at 1500.
Oh, okay.
The session should be 1300. So some of them just go and attend the meeting.
Okay. Well, for the slides that I'm going to use this afternoon, we will send them later to Group Captain Jadette, and you can distribute to the attendees or to those that need them. Okay, let me screen. Okay, so welcome back. This afternoon, we want to focus on Sector CSIRT, and this presentation will walk you through the Sector CSIRT framework that our team developed and published only, let's see, I think we just published it a few months ago, but it was worked on for at least a year before that, based on some of our experiences and questions that we get on the Sector CSIRT development, because there are a lot of resources focused on incident response teams in general, or building a national CSIRT, but Sector CSIRTs are more of a newer concept. And so it doesn't mean our approach is necessarily the right or the only way, but it is one of the few resources that are currently available to take a look at. So we'll talk a little bit about the background of Sector CSIRTs and how to develop the framework for them, and then how to use the framework for incident response as well. I know there are a few Sector CSIRTs that are joining us. So some of the information, if you've already at least implemented an initial capability, and so some of the information may be repetitive, or you're past that stage. But what we hope that you can take away from the entire framework is identify any gaps. So perhaps things that you didn't consider during your planning and implementation stages, that now you can reassess your Sector CSIRT and maybe go back and address some of those gaps to continue improving your capability. And I just want to apologize, because this particular set of slides, since it's summarizing the framework document, which is very lengthy, many of the slides have lots of words. They're very wordy. I'm just going to touch on highlights on each one. And since we'll make available the slide deck to you, you can go back and read through them, or even we'll provide the link to the framework itself, which is a long document. So you can go back and fill in some of the gaps and study on your own as well. So we consider a Sector CSIRT to be an entity that's responsible for incident response and incident management for a subset of a country or economy. So many times their focus might be on a particular critical infrastructure sector, for example. And there are some advantages to implementing Sector CSIRTs. One, it provides a mechanism for sharing cyber threat information within that sector, as well as with others, such as the National CSIRT. Some of the functions that a Sector CSIRT might provide, it doesn't mean that these are the only things they provide, or that they have to provide all of them, but some of them include leading incident response within that sector, and communicating and coordinating not only with the members of that sector, but then with the National CSIRT as well. And many of them, one of their key functions is to share information about cyber threats, or sharing indicators of compromise with the members of that sector before something has happened. So helping to build that security posture of the sector on an ongoing basis. And then for some, as they become, especially as they become more mature, they may provide training either for the entities that are part of that sector, or for other Sector CSIRTs, and even in collaboration with the National CSIRT, they may work together to provide training. So the Sector CSIRT framework itself, as far as developing it, that was our team, the security operations team back at the SCI, on behalf of the US State Department. So while we developed it actually under some of our work with the Europe region for State Department, The lessons and the resources are all applicable to any region or country when it comes to sector CSIRT. So that's one reason why we wanted to publish it publicly so that everyone could benefit from it. So we see sector CSIRTs kind of as a natural extension of the other types of incident response teams that are already there. And they are a key mechanism for addressing risks and opportunities within critical infrastructure and other sectors. One of the other things that is a benefit from sector CSIRTs is the building of the public and private relationships that they enable. And we'll talk about that some more in a minute. So how was the framework developed? So this framework is based off of our experience, not just with regular incident response teams, but from some lessons learned in assisting the development of a few sector CSIRTs in a few countries. So we captured all of that information and kind of designed this framework based off of that, which means there may be room for improvement. So as you develop your sector CSIRTs, or for those that are participating today that already have a sector CSIRT developed, if you identify areas that perhaps you did differently or that you have your own lessons learned, we would love to hear about those at any time so that we can continue to refine the framework. So the purpose of the framework is to help the different cybersecurity stakeholders develop and implement a sector-based incident response capability. And the scope of the framework covers just the foundational steps in identifying and defining the sector. And then there are additional resources in the framework document itself that can point you to some additional resources as well. One of the key things is the note on the bottom of this slide that we use the term sector CSIRT, and we use that throughout the framework document itself and this presentation. In Thailand, that seems to be the term as well being used for sector-based capability. But what you might find when you are collaborating with others is that they may not refer to them as sector CSIRTs. In the US, for example, we have information sharing and analysis centers, or ISACs, for some of the sector-based capabilities. And their emphasis is more on the information sharing functions, although they do provide, or many of them provide, mitigation and incident response coordination for their members, but their primary focus is on the information sharing piece. That doesn't mean that your sector CSIRTs can't also focus on information sharing, or maybe they don't. Some of them may not provide, for example, on-site incident response support, but they may be a coordinating CSIRT. So that's just to say that even though we're calling them sector CSIRTs, you are more than welcome to call yours what you want, and you may run into other countries calling their sector-based capability by a different name. But the framework itself is still beneficial to any of those structures, regardless of what you call them. So we hope the framework is beneficial to what we refer to as the development team. So those individuals identified to assist in planning and establishing a sector CSIRT. Similar for those that participated in some of the national CSIRT discussions, we always recommend a development team be identified to plan and establish the national CSIRT. And the individuals or functions listed are just some of the common types of roles that you may may pull from for that development team. So the framework itself has 6 steps or 6 phases. You'll see some similarities in this and those that have been talked about for developing a national CSIRT, but we'll talk about some of the things that are unique to sector-based capabilities. And we'll take a look at each of these steps a little bit closer. So the first step is all about prerequisites. So these are activities that you need to do even before you start some of the planning steps. So one of the things with the prerequisites is that you don't necessarily have to have answers to all of the items in the prerequisites before you move on, but you need to have at least enough of them answered and have the resources for those before moving to step 2, and then having the remaining prerequisites completed sometime before you can truly implement. So you see on the left-hand side, those are the sub-steps to step 1, and we'll take a look at some of those. So the first one, just understanding the need for Sector CSIRT. There are some advantages even over a national CSIRT that a Sector CSIRT can provide. And one of those is its ability to bridge the gap between the public and private sectors. Sometimes the national CSIRTs are still at a high level within the government that it makes it difficult to build those relationships with some of the private sector entities that are needed, and the Sector CSIRT is sometimes better positioned because they are all part of the same sector, and they may already be interacting with each other for different purposes, so they have that advantage. One of the key advantages that based on some of the roles that I've had in the past that I really appreciate is scalability. So for a national CSIRT, it's pretty much impossible to develop a relationship and a process with every entity within the country. But with a Sector CSIRT, they can focus on just the members of that sector. They can develop the relationships and the processes for information sharing and incident response, and then they can analyze things such as the incidents within the sector and just report up to the national CSIRT the things that are more important for national level awareness, and that saves the national CSIRT a lot of time as well, because and then if each Sector CSIRT is doing that, the national CSIRT has a more comprehensive picture of what's happening in the entire country. Expertise is another one that's a great advantage, because for a national CSIRT, especially one that is limited on staff, you may not be able to have experts that are familiar with the types of technologies and processes that are found in all of the critical infrastructure sectors. But a Sector CSIRT only has to have expertise on what's found within their sector. And so being able to have that expertise that the national CSIRT can leverage as well when needed is a great benefit and helps with the sharing of resources. So you may have heard us refer to this in other sessions, the national cybersecurity ecosystem. Within the context of a national CSIRT and even a Sector CSIRT, what we mean by this term is that it's all of the agencies and teams and stakeholders that work together to protect the nation's cybersecurity. So it might include the national CSIRT and law enforcement, regulators, any of the others that are part of the public sector, as well as private sector entities, which might be the Sector CSIRTs or members of Sector CSIRTs, academia, and others. So one of the initial prerequisites that's important is that, excuse me, is identifying and defining the sector. So understanding what the Sector CSIRT intends to accomplish and what is going to make up that sector, who belongs within the sector that the Sector CSIRT is going to provide services to. Why this is important is because, for example, financial services sector in some locations, they may define members of that Sector CSIRT to just be banks, whereas in another country, they may broaden that definition to banks, to insurance companies, to investment companies, anything that has to do with finance. They may include all of them. And so as the Sector CSIRT, then as it's being planned and developed, it's important to define what your sector is and what groups it's going to serve. Hosting the capability. So unlike a national CSIRT, which tends to, that location sometimes is kind of dictated to you either through a cybersecurity strategy or a National Cybersecurity Act or something of that nature. Sector CSIRTs sometimes have more flexibility unless there is a something similar, a directive or something that has included the development of Sector CSIRTs. In the US, for example, the ISACs, those are kind of driven by the organizations that make up the sector. So in the beginning of the ISAC development, for example, financial services sector, lots of financial institutions were seeing the need to share cyber threat information with each other. And so then it's kind of developed out of that. And the way a lot of the ISACs work is that it's like a neutral body, say a nonprofit or something that's contracted to be the host of the ISAC and serve as that sector capability. In other countries, it may be whichever government ministry has kind of oversight for that sector. So if there's a Ministry of Finance, perhaps they're the ones who are going to identify where a Sector CSIRT is going to be developed and who's going to host and operate it. So that's a prerequisite to decide where and who's going to host it. And then all of those same core components that we talked about for a national CSIRT apply here, needing to define what the mission is, who the constituents are going to be, in other words, who's going to receive the services of the Sector CSIRT, how is it going to get its funding, who's going to staff it, what type of staff are needed, and the facilities that are required. Another important prerequisite is understanding any legislation or other legal guidance that is applicable to that sector. And some of those items may be how you determine what the authority level is going to be of the Sector CSIRT. If nothing does exist, then perhaps there's something that can be developed that will propose what the authority level will be. And then if there's any existing enforcement mechanisms, for example, with the National CSIRT, you have legal guidance that will eventually have critical infrastructure required to report incidents to you. If there's not something similar for Sector CSIRTs, then that is something that will have to be determined. And this slide has questions that you can take back and consider in regards to the legislation and legal authority guidance that you can ask yourself if you're responsible for determining some of these things for the Sector CSIRT. And So setting goals and objectives. Are there specific technical and process requirements that are going to be needed for the sector CSIRTs? For those other entities that are within the national cybersecurity ecosystem, do they have some sort of interest or equity within the when it comes to the development of the sector CSIRT? Obviously, the National CSIRT probably does. It's very interested in which sectors develop sector CSIRT and what the capabilities are going to be, because then that helps with their coordination efforts as well. Are there any regional or international organizations that the sector CSIRTs and the National CSIRT can coordinate with? And is there any guidance for those that are already in existence? So I don't know if there are any of the sector CSIRTs that want to share whether there were or are any like legal guidance or other things that they looked at as they were standing up, but that's kind of the important part on this one.
Okay, let me talk with the sector CERT for a while. ถ้างั้นเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตใช้เป็นภาษาไทยแล้วกันนะครับจะลองถามผู้แทนของ TB CERT อยู่ไหมครับ
จูนอยู่ค่ะพี่มินก็น่าจะอยู่นะคะเดี๋ยว
แป๊บหนึ่งสักครู่ครับขออนุญาตสลับเสียงนิดนึง
พี่มินอยู่ในห้องไหมคะพี่
ครับผมอยู่ครับ
ครับลองแชร์ไอเดียกันดูนะครับในสไลด์เนี่ยจะพูดถึงตัวเอกสารที่มีการกำหนดตัว policy กำหนดตัว regulation ในส่วนของ sector ครับทีนี้ในส่วนของ TB CERT อยากให้แชร์ตัวไอเดียในการที่ set up ตัวTB CERT ขึ้นมาครับไม่ทราบว่าตัวนี้เกิดขึ้นมาด้วยตัวหลักการหรือว่าตัวกฎระเบียบอะไรขึ้นบ้างครับ
จริงเราก็ตอนนั้นเราทำจัดตั้งขึ้นมาภายใต้ตอนเดิมเป็น information sharing group อะค่ะเสร็จแล้วก็มีการผลักดันจากทางหลายภาคส่วนนะคะอย่างให้การสนับสนุนทางแบงก์ชาติแล้วก็ทางอิด้าค่ะสมัยนั้นก็อยากให้จัดตั้งเซิร์ชขึ้นมานะคะเพื่อมาsharing information แล้วก็ทำภารกิจที่มันมากกว่าแค่แชร์ข้อมูลนะคะเราก็ได้ไป adopt มาจากทาง HEDA ส่วนหนึ่งนะคะแล้วก็US CERT ส่วนหนึ่งนะคะก็เอามาเป็นเฟรมในการจัดตั้งขึ้นมาค่ะไม่ได้มีพวกlaw regulation ที่มาจัดทำค่ะ
ก็คือสรุปว่าเกิดจากกลุ่มที่แชร์ information เกี่ยวกับ cyber threat ร่วมกันเสร็จแล้วก็ร่วมกันพิจารณาเพื่อจัดตั้งโดยที่เห็นถึงประโยชน์ของการจัดตั้งประมาณนี้ใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ค่ะ
ทีนี้ขั้นตอนในตอนนั้นนะครับพอเห็นร่วมกันแล้วว่าควรจะต้องจัดตั้งเนี่ยหลังจากนั้นได้ศึกษาจากโมเดลต่างๆของ US ของตัวFirst ด้วยเนี่ยครับแล้วก็ของทางไทย CERT หลังจากนั้นทำยังไงต่อครับ
ก็หลังจากนั้นคือก็ทำเรื่องขึ้นนำเสนอทาง CEO ของสมาคมอะค่ะก็มีทั้งโมเดลที่นำเสนอแล้วก็รูปแบบต่างๆในการจัดตั้ง Sector CERT ค่ะในการจัดตั้ง TB CERT ขึ้นมาค่ะ
ครับทีนี้ตอนนั้นดีไซน์ตัวโมเดลเกี่ยวกับ funding หรือว่ารายได้หรือว่าเงินที่จะใช้ในการก่อตั้งยังไงบ้างครับ
คือตอนแรกเราคิดว่าถ้าเราตั้งต้นเราก็น่าจะมีบัดเจ็ตอยู่ส่วนหนึ่งซึ่งตอนนั้นดร.กิติค่ะก็นำเสนอว่าคือ หลักๆแล้วถ้าจะเป็นเรื่องของเซิร์ชเบื้องต้นเนี่ยค่ะเราควรจะมีอะไรบ้างเราก็เลยทำตัวที่เป็น Search Maturity Model ขึ้นมาแล้วก็ลองของงบประมาณตั้งต้นขึ้นมาค่ะหลังจากนั้นเราก็มาดูว่าถ้าเราจะต้องรันเซิร์ชขึ้นมาตัวนี้ค่ะจะต้องใช้งบประมาณน่าจะอยู่ที่ประมาณเท่าไหร่แล้วเราก็ทำเป็น membership เหมือนที่ทาง First ก็ทำหรือทาง FSISAT ก็ทำอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเราก็มา define ว่ารูปแบบการเก็บค่า membership เราจะทำแบบไหนนะคะก็ define ออกมาค่ะก็นำเสนอทางผู้บริหารข้างบนแล้วก็ได้รับการ endorse มาว่าให้จัดทำได้แล้วก็เริ่มเปิดรับสมาชิกค่ะ
ครับทีนี้เข้าใจว่าตัว CERT เนี่ยก็คือจะต้องมีรายได้เพื่อที่จะสามารถมีเงินมาเพียงพอในการจัดการกับค่าใช้จ่ายต่างๆสรุปว่าเงินที่ใช้ในการรันตัว TP CERT ในปัจจุบันเนี่ยหลักๆก็คือเป็นค่า membership ถูกต้องไหมครับ
ใช่ค่ะ
ครับแล้วหลังจากนั้นเนี่ยอยากทราบว่าในส่วนของการจัดทำเป็นเอกสารอย่างเช่นเป็น SOP หรือเป็น policy ต่างๆตัวนี้ทาง TP CERT แชร์ lesson learn หน่อยได้ไหมครับว่ามีการจัดทำกันขึ้นมายังไงบ้างแล้วก็ตัวไหนน่าจะต้องทำก่อนนะครับ
ตอนนั้นที่เราทำ SOP พี่มินมีตัว SOP เก็บไปไหมนะคะสามารถแชร์ได้นะตอนนั้นจนทำ SOP ก็จะมีเรื่องของincident response plan มาอันหนึ่งแล้วก็มีเรื่องของ media handling ที่ต้องทำออกมาค่ะแล้วก็มี SOP ภายในของ TP CERT เองด้วยแล้วก็เป็นไกด์ไลน์ให้สมาชิกด้วยค่ะ
ครับก็แสดงว่าเอกสารพวกนี้จริงๆแล้วในช่วงเริ่มต้นเนี่ยก็มีการพิจารณาถึงการจะต้องทำในเอกสารหลักที่ต้องใช้ไม่ว่าจะเป็น policy เป็นอะไรครับ SOP ต่างๆถูกต้องไหมครับ
ใช่ค่ะก็มีกฎระเบียบการเข้าเป็นสมาชิกCode of Conduct หรือ SOP ต่างๆที่เราทำขึ้นมาค่ะ
ขอเสริมจูนอีกนิดนึงนะครับมันจะมี SOP อีกอันหนึ่งที่เรียกว่าสำคัญเลยก็คือวิธีการติดต่อสื่อสารเช่นอะไรจะติดต่อช่องทางอีเมลจะติดต่อวิธีการไหนอันนี้ก็เป็น SOP ที่มันสำคัญเหมือนกันเพราะว่าหลักๆคือเราเน้นเรื่องของการที่เราจะติดต่อสื่อสารกันในกลุ่มสมาชิกกันนะครับ
ครับโอ้ขอบคุณมากเลยครับก็คิดว่าlesson learn พวกนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นประโยชน์กับหลายๆท่านโดยเฉพาะทาง Sector CERT ที่อาจจะยังอยู่ในช่วงการก่อตั้งนะครับมีท่านไหนที่อยากจะถามเพิ่มเติมทาง TP CERT ไหมครับถึงประเด็นเรื่องเกี่ยวกับการเซตอัพตัว CERT ในช่วงก่อตั้งนะครับโอเคครับถ้ายังไม่มีงั้นเดี๋ยวอาจจะประมาณนี้ก่อนแล้วกันนะครับเดี๋ยวถ้ามีช่วงไหนที่ทางทีม SCI เขาถามในประเด็นที่น่าสนใจหรือว่าเป็น lesson learn ที่จะเป็นประโยชน์กับทุกท่านเดี๋ยวจะถามเป็นพักๆนะครับโอเคครับขอบคุณครับ
We try to ask TP CERT to share some expertise about what you already mentioned in the slide, especially about the main documentation at the starting point. And I also asked them about the authority. What is the authority that they will have when they start to set up the TP CERT, and they already share with us about many topics, including the media management, about the policy, about information sharing, and they also share us about the funding model, because the CERT itself need to have budgeting, and funding model is one of the things that they need to think about when they start to exhibit the CERT. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, that's helpful for us to know as well. And some of these areas will be different for each sector. because of the resources and where the Sector CSIRT resides, who stands it up. So the funding may look different for one Sector CSIRT than the other. Also, as part of goals and objectives, and this process here is actually helpful even for the National CERT as well, to define your as-is state, meaning what are the current capabilities and resources within the country or within the sector that can be leveraged and will be the initial foundation for the CSIRT, but then defining where you want it to be. What does its end state look like, or at least its initial implementation? What do you want it to look like? Defining those up front makes it easier for the follow-on steps to get you there. So in step 2 is gathering information. So once you have answers to most of your prerequisite items, then it's helpful for the development team to look at different sources of information to pull together to help for some of the future decisions. And from there, that will then help them get to the executing phase. We won't talk about everything on each of the slides, but one of the first steps is kind of defining the parameters of the information that you're going to gather. That some of the things that are going to be looked at might include, are there other Sector CSIRTs already established that you can gather information from? Are there regulators for the sector or standards organizations that you need to gather information from? And are there specific cybersecurity requirements as well? Other organizations such as the National CSIRT, in some countries where the National CSIRT has already been around for a really long time, they might be a source of information as well during the information gathering stage. Oops. Okay. So is the development team looking at just one critical infrastructure sector? I don't know if I know of any examples where Sector CSIRT might be providing services to more than one sector, but it's possible. In the US, one of the ISACs is the oil and natural gas. So some may consider those as separate. Others may consider those as the same sector. So looking at which ones are going to be researched, establishing a time frame for the information gathering stage, and then are there others such as vendors or other cybersecurity providers within the country that are relevant to the sector that you might want information from. For example, for the telco CSIRT, speaking with internet service providers and other vendors that are within the sector might provide information that's needed during the planning and development stages. Other ways to gather the information is just from open source research on the internet, or for those applicable laws and policies and regulations that apply to your sector. You may have resources that you already know where to obtain that information from. Step 3 is organizing all of the information that's gathered and identifying any gaps in the knowledge that you need about the sector before you start. I won't go through all of the sub-steps, but some of them are included here. And in the framework, it goes into more detail and it explains how you could use each of these types of analysis techniques. In the framework, we include examples of performing a gap analysis or what is called a SWOT analysis, or maybe a maturity or capability analysis. So if you're looking for examples on how to do those things, it goes into more detail in the framework. But the goal is just to identify any information that you might be missing. For an example of maturity analysis, for those in the National CSIRT, you saw these levels just in a different graphic yesterday, but we look at CSIRTs, especially national CSIRTs, in these different levels of maturity. They can be applied though to sector CSIRTs as well. So identifying where you're currently at versus where you want to be, which is what this slide talks about. And some of the ways to evaluate where your current state for the sector is at is this slide just kind of talks through the steps of performing the gap analysis. So this might be something useful to come back to later on your own. And then this one talks about analyzing the gaps as well. One of the important areas for here, once you've gathered all of the information, looking at what the governance is for that sector, and especially for the sector CSIRT, what are the incident management capabilities, or what are the planned capabilities that you would like to have? What are your communication channels for the sector CSIRT? And then identifying any of those other organizations that make up the ecosystem that you need to be able to either share information with, or that will be part of the incident management process. So once you perform your gap analysis, you can, this is just a sample format that you could put it in order to consolidate everything and then determine what your priorities are. So you've identified your gaps. Those are the things that you need to make decisions on and make part of your planning for establishing the sector CSIRT, but being able to decide what priority order that you want to put them in is the next step. And then building a roadmap to get there. I think there are some examples in the framework itself of what one might look like. This is really just your milestones, like we've talked about for the National CSIRT, of what are the different steps and activities that you need to take in order to fully stand up the CSIRT. It's similar for the sector. You just have those additional things to consider as far as legislation or legal requirements and defining who makes up your sector. So the roadmap is just the planning tool that's going to help you get from those first two stages into the implementation stage. Most people need to also add a timeline to the roadmap, especially if your funding is coming from an outside source, being able to show them here's how long it's going to take and the funds it's going to take to get from the planning stages to implementing the sector CSIRT. So some of the things to consider as you're developing the roadmap. It doesn't have to be a completely linear process. There may be some activities in the roadmap that you're doing in parallel, that you're doing them at the same time. And others, they may need to be done in a specific order. So it doesn't matter how those line up in your roadmap. But some of the things that may be included in it are what's listed there. So determining the services that you're going to provide and what that involves, how the Sector CSIRT's role is going to what it's going to look like in the cybersecurity ecosystem. On the roadmap, you should include which policies you're going to develop. So for those that participated this morning in the policies that are needed for the National CSIRT, they're similar to the Sector CSIRT. So identifying which ones need to be developed, identifying training gaps. So depending on where you're going to source your staffing from, there may be training that's needed. And then identifying what each of the milestones for all of these activities are going to be, should be on the roadmap.
Excuse me, can you go back one slide?
Sure.
I think this topic is interesting. Maybe we can discuss with Sector CERT together. จริงๆแล้วตัว roadmap นี่ก็เป็นส่วนที่น่าสนใจนะครับในการที่จะมาพูดคุยกันนะครับอยากสอบถามทางผู้แทน Sector CERT นะครับว่าได้มีการมีประสบการณ์ในการทำตัว roadmap ในการพัฒนาตัว Sector CERT กันยังไงบ้างครับไม่แน่ใจว่าท่านอื่นๆมีใครอยากแชร์ไอเดียด้านนี้บ้างครับขอเรียนเชิญเลยครับหรือของทาง TTC CERT อยากจะแชร์ไอเดียไหมครับเรื่อง roadmap ครับได้เลยนะครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับก็พิสูจน์จากTelecom CERTนะครับก็เรื่องของการทาง roadmap เนี่ยอาจจะฟังดูไม่ค่อยนั่นเท่าไหร่อันนี้ครับก็คือทางCERTของเราเนี่ยเพิ่งก่อตั้งได้2 ปีเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยครั้งแรกเนี่ยเราทำ roadmap ไหมจริงๆเราก็ไม่ทำ roadmap หรอกแต่ว่าเพราะว่าเราเริ่มต้นจากไม่มีอะไรเลยเพราะฉะนั้น roadmap ก็คือ as is เนี่ย nothing to be ก็ to be ก็คือเราก็ดูจากstandard ที่เป็นของ Carnegie Mellon นะครับที่เป็นCERT Framework ครับเราก็ดูจากเอกสารของเขาแล้วก็ develop ตัว framework แล้วก็ตีกรอบของเราขึ้นมาว่าเราจะมีscope ถึงตรงไหนเพราะว่าอย่าง Telecom CERT เนี่ยมันจะไม่เหมือนกับที่อื่นตรงที่ว่าถ้าเราไม่ตีกรอบเนี่ยทุกอย่างเนี่ยวิ่งบนเทเลคอมอยู่แล้วไม่ว่าจะเป็นอาจจะสมมติเซกเตอร์อาจจะเป็นโรงพยาบาลเนี่ยถูกโจมตีสุดท้ายเนี่ยถ้าเกิดคนที่เขาดูอาจจะดูไม่ละเอียดพอเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าถูกโจมตีผ่าน IP นี้ซึ่งISP เนี่ยอาจจะเป็นของสมมติ CAT อย่างเงี้ยครับมันก็จะวิ่งกลับมาหาที่เทเลคอมถ้าเราไม่ตีกรอบถูกไหมครับเพราะว่าไม่งั้นเนี่ยงั้น Telecom CERT ก็กลายเป็น National CERT ไปแล้วกันเพราะว่าทุกอย่างเนี่ยมันวิ่งบนเทเลคอมอยู่แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่ต้องทำเนี่ยก็คือตีกรอบคุยกันระหว่างเมมเบอร์ที่ก่อตั้ง CERT ตัวนี้ขึ้นมาก่อนครับว่าเราจะให้CERT เนี่ยคุมถึงแค่ตรงไหนซึ่งพอเราคุยกันแล้วเนี่ยสุดท้ายเราจบที่เป็น IT Asset ของหน่วยงานด้านเทเลคอมซึ่งก็คืออยู่ที่ Data Center ครับจะไม่ครอบคลุมไปถึงลูกค้าของทางเทเลคอมเพราะก่อตั้งเรามีแค่4 คนครับเราไม่สามารถที่จะไปดูได้ของทั้งประเทศเพราะเรามีแค่4 คนเทคนิคอลมีจริงแค่2 คนเราก็เลยตีกรอบไว้อยู่แค่นี้แล้วเราก็อย่างที่เขาทำครับพอเราทำแก็บอะไรเสร็จแล้วเนี่ยเรา prioritize ดูครับว่าตัวอันไหนเนี่ยที่เราจะเน้นที่จะทำก่อนเพราะว่างบประมาณเรามีจำกัดซึ่งเราก็คุยกันได้ว่าเราต้องการที่จะแชร์เทรดระหว่างภายในเซกเตอร์หมายความว่าโอเปอเรเตอร์ของ A เนี่ยถ้าเกิดโดน attack เนี่ยตัว IOC เนี่ยก็จะถูกแชร์ให้กับบริษัทอื่นๆภายในเซกเตอร์เนี่ยใ ให้ได้ครบเพราะนั้นถึงแม้ว่าที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยเราจะเจอที่น่าสนใจคือมีอันนึงที่เป็นผู้โจมตีจากประเทศทางฝั่งตะวันออกกลางเนี่ยทำ malware specific ที่จะโจมตีเราโดยเฉพาะเราก็เลย extract ตัว IOC แล้วก็แชร์ภายใน sector ซึ่งก็ช่วยให้เรารอดพ้นจากการโจมตีครั้งนี้ไปได้นะครับอย่างที่บอกก็คือการทำรถแมพของเราเนี่ยไม่ค่อยมีสแตนดาร์ดสักเท่าไหร่เพราะว่าเราเริ่มต้นจากการไม่มีอะไรเลยเพราะฉะนั้น3 ปีนี้เนี่ยก็จะพัฒนาในสิ่งที่ priority ที่เราต้องการก่อนเดี๋ยวพอ3 ปีต่อมาเนี่ยเราก็จะทำgap analysis เหมือนกันนี่แหละครับก็จะข้อมูลจากทางCarnegie Mellon ที่ให้มาเนี้ยเอามาเป็นสารตั้งต้นในการประเมินตัวเราเองก่อนแล้วว่าเราต้องการไปถึงจุดไหนเหมือนกันครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับก็ขอบคุณผู้แทนของ TTC CERT นะครับจริงๆอยากให้กำลังใจกันเพราะว่าเมื่อกี้หันไปถามทางพี่โบCERT ก็ยังไม่มี ก็ขอสารภาพเลยก็เดี๋ยวจะต้องทำรถแมพกันเหมือนกันครับก็ให้กำลังใจกันนะครับสำหรับท่านอื่นๆครับที่อยู่ในZoom นะครับมีท่านไหนจะแชร์ไอเดียเกี่ยวกับเรื่องรถแมพบ้างไหมครับจะเป็นแง่ไหนก็ได้ครับก็พูดคุยกันจะได้ไม่ง่วงนะครับเชิญครับมีไหมครับถ้าไม่มีเดี๋ยวถ้างั้นเดี๋ยวพี่โบมีอะไรจะเสริมเรื่องรถแมพไหมครับ
Actually, for the roadmap, well, we just like our colleague says, we have unclear what is the end state should be. But once you provide us with more information, we know that we're going to define the clear end state in order to get to that end state. But for the as-is state, it's still unclear as well. So it's still it's like coming from unclear to unclear. But it's very important to have the clear picture in mind before make the roadmap, because if we don't have the clear picture, it's gonna be the way can the way can be deviate from the right way.
So some of those initial things, so in the sector CSIRT development, we call them prerequisites. You could consider it the same for the national CSIRT, some of those core components, defining your mission and who you're providing services to, selecting which services those are going to be. Some of those things will help define the end state, right? Because once you've defined your mission and the services and who you're going to provide those to, the roadmap becomes getting from where you're at now, which might be with 11 staff and not all of the tools that you need. In the end state would be getting to fully operationalize those services that you want to provide. And so then the roadmap would be getting from those things you've defined and said you want to do and to actually performing them. So yes, it may seem like you don't have enough information to say what as is or end state is, but technically you do, right? So you have some things that have been said that this is what the National CSIRT will do. And so you can include all of that as part of the information gathering.
And the final instead might seem to be, because it seem to be unclear because it's quite be far away from our current state. So basically, we might set the milestone, and we're gonna go to each milestone. It's gonna become clearer once we reach some milestones.
Yeah, and I think we talk about it maybe in the next couple of slides, but sometimes it's helpful to not think about it as end state, but what is your interim? The interim state is, here's what we want to at least initially be capable of doing. And then it's that continuous cycle of evaluate how well you're doing that, Now, what additional things do you want to do and start working, now let's develop the roadmap for the next stage. So it's kind of a continuous process. Good.
One of the other really good things that a roadmap provides for you is a way to communicate progress up the chain. So you can say, you gave me this much money and I made these steps. These are all done now. More budget means I can do these other things. Right.
And this graphic is just a sample roadmap. It's not necessarily one that applies to everyone's situation or applies to every sector, but it's one way to graphically represent the roadmap and the timeline. So once you have your roadmap, step 5 is to plan and implement the Sector CSIRT. This is the final step in establishing it. You are implementing all of the items that you identified in your roadmap. And what Sharon just said is a good segue for this slide, because throughout the milestones on the roadmap, you should be communicating the progress of where you're at, maybe with leadership, whoever's funding the Sector CSIRT, as well as those that the Sector CSIRT is going to support. So those members of that sector, it's good to keep them informed along the way. In the beginning, the announcements about, here's an effort that we are going to do and we will be providing you, especially for those that aren't involved in the planning process, and then keeping them updated on where you're at and when they can expect services from the Sector CSIRT. So this slide talks about finding a mentor or a partner that might be able to assist throughout the implementation process. So for those Sector CSIRTs that have already stood up here, they might be a good resource for any of the sectors that haven't started this process yet. One of the things we haven't talked much about yet are tools, right? So as part of gathering some of the inputs for implementation for a Sector CSIRT, and I think we talked about this with the National CSIRT too, knowing what tools or capabilities already exist within the organizations that make up that sector may drive some of the decisions that are made for that Sector CSIRT. Similarly, with the National CSIRT, since you know that you have Sector CSIRTs that are already using certain platforms, it may be useful to either select the same ones or selecting ones that are compatible, because then that will help with the overall implementation process. And I think we touched on some of these already, socializing the roadmap, communicating with others, what the Sector CSIRT is going to look like, what the services are going to be, and who can benefit from those services. For the National CSIRT, we talked about the first CSIRT services framework yesterday and how this represents all of the potential services that a incident response team can provide, but no incident response team provides all of these services. It's just too much. So based on the mission, especially for a sector, what services are most beneficial to the members of that sector, and whether it's going to be incident response from the perspective of coordination, or if there will actually be hands-on or on-site assistance, will help you determine the services as well. For sectors that weren't in yesterday's National CSIRT session, our mantra is always start small and build out later. So get really good at one or two services that are a priority for your sector. And then you can expand those out later. For some, they may not ever expand out past the 2 or 3 that they start with. And that's just based on the needs of the sector. The member organizations may be able to conduct a lot of the other things on their own. So the goal is to provide something unique through the Sector CSIRT. We already talked about communicating your progress on implementation. And then coming back to one of the things talked about in the beginning, now that you've started implementation of the Sector CSIRT, it needs to be integrated with the national cybersecurity ecosystem, right? So what is the role of the National CSIRT in relation to the Sector CSIRT? Are there processes or reporting requirements that need to be established? Because all of those benefits that we talked about at the very beginning, the reason why it's good to have Sector CSIRTs, those don't really come to fruition if you don't integrate into the national cybersecurity ecosystem and then really leverage each other for sharing. The final step is post-implementation activities. So these are things that the Sector CSIRTs that have already stood up. This is an important step that you can conduct now. One, any of the information in the framework that perhaps you didn't complete any of those steps in your planning and implementation stages, you can always go back and fill in some of those gaps to improve your capabilities. But even after implementation, you should always conduct some of these post-implementation activities, and we'll talk about what some of those are. One is just reviewing the implementation process. You know, similar to what you do after an exercise, you do an after-action review and gather lessons learned about what went well, what didn't, what still, you know, maybe there are still things that were on your original roadmap that you were never able to implement, looking at why or how well that occurred is important. The framework includes some examples. So on the slide, you see 2 different types. Some call it after action, some call it post-mortem review. Selecting some type of metrics. Back in step 4, I think it defined some metrics that could be used. Those are mostly pertaining to building the roadmap. But once implementation has occurred, it's good to have something that you measure the process or the progress of your, not just your implementation, but how well are those services that you're providing, how well are you performing those now? And the most important question is, were the goals that you set out for the Sector CSIRT in the beginning, did you meet those goals, or do you need to continue working on them? These are just some of the metrics that you can consider using during this stage. And then reporting the results of implementation. So these are some of the items that you might want to include in a summary report to the members of your sector, or for example, with the Sector CSIRT, they might want to share this with the National CSIRT, or whichever parent organization is sponsoring the Sector CSIRT, in just showing what the process was, what the lessons learned were, where you're at now in implementation, and any concerns that there might be about ongoing operations. And I think we talked a little bit about this a couple of slides back, right? So when you were talking about the roadmap, so planning for the future there may be additional goals now. So even though you're operational, you may want to add new services later. Perhaps you've expanded the number of organizations that are members of your sector or that are receiving your services. And that's the same for the National CSIRT as well. And so now what's the next to be state that you want to define? All right. So that is just an overview of the Sector CSIRT framework itself. We can share these slides as well as the link to the full document that goes into detail of each of the stages. I know for us, we would be interested in, for those Sector CSIRTs that have already started, like maybe where they see themselves in the phases. Do they see themselves as having been fully implemented now, or do they feel like they're still implementing like on their existing roadmap? If there's anyone that wants to share.
ได้ครับจริงๆอันนี้อาจจะเป็นช่วงท้ายของการสอบถามนะครับหรือว่าพูดคุยกันนะครับก็ทีนี้หลังจากได้ฟังตัวแนวทางในการพัฒนาหรือจัดตั้งตัวSector CERT รวมถึงการทำ roadmap เพื่อไปสู่จุดหมายนะครับอันนี้ถือว่าเป็นการพูดคุยกันว่าแต่ละส่วนของ Sector CERT นะครับตอนนี้ถึงอยู่คิดว่าตัวเองอยู่ถึงตรงไหนแล้วครับแล้วก็จะมีแนวทางในการพัฒนาต่อไปยังไงรวมถึงตัวchallenge ที่ตอนนี้ประสบอยู่เรื่องหลักๆมีอะไรกันบ้างครับเดี๋ยวลองถามเป็นทาง TB CERT ดูครับว่าด้วยคำถามว่าปัจจุบันอยู่ตรงไหนอนาคตจะไปถึงตรงไหนแล้วก็ตอนนี้ challenge เป็นอะไรบ้างครับสะดวกตอบได้ไหมครับตอนนี้ครับ
ได้ค่ะพี่เจเด็ดค่ะสวัสดีค่ะงั้นเดี๋ยวจุนขออนุญาตแชร์ขอเป็นไฟล์ปีก่อนได้ไหมคะ เดี๋ยวจะแชร์ไฟล์ว่าทางแชร์ไฟล์ไม่ได้โอเคก็ถ้าอย่างนั้นตอบเบื้องต้นนะคะว่าเดิมเนี่ย TB CERT มีการทำตัว Search Maturity Model ขึ้นมานะคะแล้วก็มันจะเป็นสเต็ปที่1เป็นเรื่องของการได้ Contact Point นะคะว่ามีการ manage Contact Point แต่ละ member ยังไงบ้างสเต็ปที่2คือเราสามารถที่จะdevelop พวก incident handling procedure ต่างๆ framework หรือประเมินแกปนะคะในส่วนสเต็ปที่2ที่เรามองไว้ว่าเราสามารถที่จะช่วยสมาชิกอะไรได้บ้างต่อมาสเต็ปที่3เราบอกว่าเราสามารถที่จะวิเคราะห์นะคะเทรดต่างๆได้แล้วก็ประเมิน Impact เบื้องต้นได้นะคะแล้วก็สามารถที่จะhandle media handling ได้แล้วก็มี incident deal ได้กับตัวเองนะคะหมายถึงว่าสามารถทำ cyber deal ได้เองนะคะต่อมาเราก็ประเมินว่าเราน่าจะขยับตัวเองขึ้นมาที่จะสามารถที่จะทำ deep analysis ลงเชิงลึกได้นะคะรวมถึงสามารถที่จะเทรนนิ่งให้กับสมาชิกได้เองอะไรเป็นประจำอะไรเงี้ยค่ะส่วนอันดับสุดท้ายเนี่ยเราอาจจะยังไปไม่ถึงในส่วนที่สามารถ monitor proactive ให้กับ member อะไรเงี้ยค่ะเราก็มองตัวเองว่าเราน่าจะอยู่ในส่วนที่เป็นdeep analysis ให้กับ member ในส่วนนี้ค่ะนี่ของ TB CERT อยู่ซึ่งตอนนี้ก็อยู่ในส่วนของการ improve quality ของตัวเองให้ดีขึ้นค่ะแล้วก็ส่วนที่ปัญหาที่พบเจอก็พอมันเป็นช่วงโควิดแล้วก็จะมีการคุยกันน้อยลงที่แบบ face to face อะไรเงี้ยทำให้แบบการแชร์ข้อมูลอะไรเงี้ยค่ะมันก็อาจจะไม่เหมือนกับแบบเคยเจอการเมมเบอร์เพราะว่าเมมเบอร์เปลี่ยนบ่อยก็อาจจะมีเรื่องของการคีปโมเมนตัมตัวนี้เรื่องของการสร้าง trust หรือการสร้าง community ให้มันแข็งแกร่งขึ้นในเรื่องของการแชร์ข้อมูลค่ะก็ขออนุญาตแชร์ประมาณนี้ค่ะ
ครับขอบคุณมากครับทาง TB CERT นะครับก็น่าจะได้เห็น แนวคิดของทาง TP CERT นะครับในการที่ปัจจุบันเนี่ยให้บริการกับทาง Member นะครับแล้วก็ปัจจุบันกำลังอยู่ในช่วงของการทำ Deep Analysis ได้นะครับแล้วก็มองถึงอนาคตที่จะมีการ Training รวมถึงต่อไปถ้ามี Resource ก็จะมีการ Monitor ลักษณะของ Proactive นะครับทีนี้ในส่วนของเซกเตอร์อื่นครับทางเซกเตอร์ของประกันหรือว่าทางตลาดหลักทรัพย์มีlesson learn หรืออะไรจะแชร์ในมุมนี้บ้างไหมครับ
โอเคอันนี้ได้ยินผมไหมครับผมธรรมนูญจาก TCM CERT นะครับ
ครับได้ยินครับเชิญเลยครับ
โอเคครับจริงๆแล้วไอ้ทาง TCM CERT เนี่ยก็โมเดลมันจะต่างจาก TP CERT นะตรงที่ว่า TCM CERT เนี่ยมันอยู่ภายใต้กลต.เนาะส่วนงบประมาณของ TCM CERT เนี่ยมันก็มาจากงบประมาณของกลต.นี่แหละนะครับมันไม่ได้เป็น business model ไอ้โมเดลที่กลต.ทำอยู่อย่างตรงนี้เนี่ยมันก็พบมีปัญหามันก็มีกำแพงอยู่หลายส่วนนะครับที่ไปต่อยากนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวเฟสถัดไปเนี่ยที่TCM CERTก็อาจจะมีโมเดลที่ต่างกันไปนะครับแต่ว่าเท่าที่ติดตั้งมาตั้งประมาณ4-5 ปีที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยนะครับทางTCM CERTมาเนี่ยนะครับทางTCM CERTเนี่ยอาศัยโมเดลที่คือพอดีว่าผมหาโมเดลที่ทางเอ็ดด้าแชร์ไม่ได้นะครับตอนที่ทำ MOU ตอนประมาณปี59อะไรประมาณนี้นะครับที่ว่าทำจับมือร่วมกับทางแบงก์ชาติทางเอ็ดด้าทางคปภ.อะไรเงี้ยนะครับทางแล้วก็กับTBA อย่างเงี้ยนะครับมันโมเดลตรงนั้นเนี่ยมันจะของที่ทางTCM CERTมองเนี่ยจะอยู่ในเลเวลของการแชร์อินโฟเมชันเป็นหลักนะครับในโมเดลที่เอ็ดด้ามาโชว์นั้นนะมันจะมีเรื่องของถ้าหากว่าเกิดเหตุเนี่ยเราก็คล้ายกับที่โมเดลที่ทั้งที่ว่ากับเนี่ยครับว่าเกิดเหตุเนี่ยเราจะช่วยแก้ไขอะไรยังไงอย่างเงี้ยนะครับก็รวมถึงมีการโปรแอคทีฟก็อาจจะเก็บล็อกเป็นแนวซ็อกเนี่ยนะครับโปรแอคทีฟว่าเราสามารถจะ forecast ได้ไหมว่าตอนนี้มันเกิดเหตุอะไรแล้วก็จะขยายมันอาจจะมีแนวโน้มที่จะขยายผลยังไงนะครับก็เป็นโมเดลลักษณะอย่างนั้นนะครับทาง TCM CERT เนี่ยตอนนั้นที่มองก็คือว่าไม่ว่าจะเป็นการเมื่อเกิดเหตุแล้วเรามีเทคนิเชียนเข้าไปช่วยเหลือหรือแม้กระทั่งซ็อกเซกเตอร์เนี่ยที่ว่าเก็บหลอกอะไรเงี้ยเรามองว่าโอ้โหมันเป็นงบประมาณค่อนข้างสูงเนาะก็ยากที่จะทำเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยทาง TCM CERT ก็จึงมองแค่เลเวลของ share information กับเรื่องของเมื่อเกิดเหตุแล้วเนี่ยหน่วยงานแต่ละหน่วยงานเราจะ response ยังไงนะครับแล้วก็เราก็จะมีเงื่อนไข criteria ยังไงว่ายกตัวอย่างเช่นนะครับก็มีการทำคล้ายๆกับ crisis management นะครับว่าถ้าหากว่าตลาดหลักทรัพย์ถ้าหากว่าตลาดทุนเนี่ยมีกี่บริษัทที่ได้รับผลกระทบจากภัยไซเบอร์อย่างเงี้ยแล้วก็ตลาดทุนเหล่านี้อยู่ภายใต้เป็นลูกของธนาคารอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะครับมันจะมีคะแนนจะมีสูตรในการคำนวณอยู่นะครับว่าเราเมื่อไหร่เราถึงจะไป activate sector อื่นที่อยู่ภายใต้ตลาดภายใต้การเงินธนาคารเนี้ยนะครับอันเนี้ยก็ทาง CSIRT ก็จะเน้นไปในเวแบบนี้นะครับที่ผ่านมานะครับแล้วก็รวมถึงอะไรคล้ายๆกับทำ outing กับสมาชิกอะไรเงี้ยนะครับอันนี้ก็เล่าที่CSIRTประมาณนี้นะครับแต่ก็ถ้าเวถัดไปเนี่ยเดี๋ยวอาจจะมีทรงที่แปลกที่ต่างออกไปนะครับตอนนี้ผมแชร์เท่านี้ก่อนครับ
ครับขอบคุณมากครับก็จริงๆได้เห็นแนวคิดที่ได้เริ่มมาดำเนินการมาได้สักประมาณ5 ปีแล้วนะครับสังเกตว่าจริงๆแล้วจุดหลักของบริการที่มุ่งเน้นที่จะทำให้ได้ตั้งแต่เริ่มต้นเนี่ยก็คือการแชร์ข้อมูลนะครับแล้วก็การทำพวก crisis management การต้องตอบคำถามได้ว่าเราจะ respond ยังไงนะครับจริงๆอยากจะถามเพิ่มเติมต่อไปอีกนิดนึงครับว่าเรื่องการเก็บหลอกเนี่ยอยากทราบว่าในปัจจุบันของ TCM CERT เนี่ยได้มีการเก็บหลอกจากทาง Member อะไรบ้างหรือเปล่าครับหรือว่าเป็นลักษณะของ Report ในภาพของความเสี่ยงหรือข่าวข้อมูลภัยคุกคามทางไซเบอร์แค่นั้นนะครับ
โอเคในเรื่องการเก็บหลอกเนี่ยอันเนี้ย ต้องบอกว่าเป็นไม่เล็กเลยนะครับ ต้องบอกว่าทุกที่ถามในบทบาทที่TCMเสิร์ชตรงนี้นะครับก็แค่มีประกาศของทางกลตเนี่ยนะครับบอกว่าให้สมาชิกทั้งหมดเนี่ยจะต้องเก็บหลอกแล้วก็วิเคราะห์หลอกนะครับก็ทำอยู่ใน in-house ตัวเองนะครับ แล้วก็ถ้าหากว่าเมื่อเกิดเหตุก็ค่อยแจ้งยังไม่มีที่จะส่งหลอกไว้ตรงกลางนะครับแต่อนาคตไม่แน่ครับมีแนวทางอยู่ครับ
ครับก็ขอบพระคุณเป็นอย่างสูงครับทีนี้ไปถึงทางSector CERT ในส่วนของInsurance ครับไม่แน่ใจว่าได้ยินผมไหมครับ
ได้ยินค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
ครับสวัสดีครับจะรบกวนแชร์ไอเดียในการทำงานในปัจจุบันได้หน่อยไหมครับว่าปัจจุบันคิดว่าสถานะของตัวเองอยู่ตรงไหนครับแล้วก็อนาคตจะไปที่ตรงไหนรวมถึง challenge สำคัญในปัจจุบันนะครับ
ค่ะก็ต้องเรียนในเบื้องต้นนะคะของสำนักงานควพ.เนี่ยก็จะตัว TI CERT เนี่ยก็จะมีความคล้ายคลึงกับทาง TCM CERT ของทางกลต.นะคะก็คือตัว TI CERT เนี่ยก็จะอยู่ภายใต้เป็นหน่วยงานหนึ่งภายใต้ของควพ.เหมือนกันค่ะปัจจุบันเนี่ยตัวบทบาทของ TI CERT เนี่ยก็จะเป็นในลักษณะของการsharing information เป็นหลักนะคะแล้วก็ที่ผ่านมานะคะกิจกรรมที่เหมือนกับว่าเราพยายามส่งเสริมภายในเซกเตอร์ก็อย่างเช่นการจัดไซเบอร์ดีลภายในเซกเตอร์นะคะหรือว่าตัวเวลาที่บริษัทประกันเนี่ยมีบางบริษัทที่เกิดอินซิเดนต์อย่างเงี้ยค่ะทาง TI CERT เนี่ยก็จะเข้ามามีส่วนร่วมนะคะในการที่ให้คำแนะนำในเชิงเทคนิคอลหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะในการที่จะรับมือค่ะchallenge ในปัจจุบันเนี่ยก็อาจจะต้องตัว TI CERT อะค่ะก็อาจจะต้องเพิ่มศักยภาพหรือว่าต้องมีการทำ activity หรือว่าโปรโมทเพื่อให้มีการกิจกรรมภายในเซกเตอร์นะคะเพื่อให้มันเหมือนกับว่ามีความ active มากขึ้นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะแล้วก็สร้าง trust ในการที่เหมือนกับว่าในการที่ให้บริษัทสมาชิกเนี่ยเข้ามา sharing ข้อมูล incident หรือว่าข้อมูลภัยคุกคามด้วยกันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะในเบื้องต้นยังจะเป็นในลักษณะแบบนี้ค่ะพี่
ครับก็จริงๆได้ยิน2คีย์เวิร์ดสำคัญนะครับก็คือการเพิ่มกิจกรรมในเซกเตอร์แล้วก็การสร้าง trust นะครับจริงๆก็คล้ายๆที่ทางผู้แทน TCM ได้พูดนะครับว่ากิจกรรมในการไปเจอกันไปพบเจอกันเนี่ยก็จะเป็นส่วนในสำคัญที่จะสร้าง trust ได้นะครับจริงๆก็สอดคล้องกับที่ทาง TP CERT ได้เคยกล่าวไว้เมื่อตอน TP CERT เข้ามาเมื่อสัปดาห์ที่แล้วครับว่ากิจกรรมในการสร้าง trust เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นกิจกรรมสำคัญอันดับต้นๆนะครับในการที่จะรันตัว Sector CERT นะครับครับทีนี้เดี๋ยวมาถึงทางน้องแฮทที่ดูในส่วนของ TTC CERT บ้างอยากจะแชร์ตัวเขาเรียกว่าอะไรครับปัจจุบันเราอยู่ตรงไหนแล้วก็จะไปที่ตรงไหนต่อในอนาคตครับรวมถึง challenge ในปัจจุบันครับ
ครับก็ขอบคุณพี่เก่งนะครับก็ทางเราเนี่ยครับปัจจุบันเนี่ยอย่างที่เคยบอกไปเนี่ย เรามีเทคนิคที่ทำเทคนิคจริงๆแค่เพียง2คนนะครับแต่ว่าเราก็จะสิ่งที่เราเน้นในตอนนี้ก็คือเราจะเน้นภัยคุกคามที่อยู่ในประเทศไทยทั้งหลายครับเพราะว่าตัวภัยคุกคามเทรดที่แชร์กันเนี่ยไม่ว่าจะเป็นทั้ง Open Source หรือ Closed Source เนี่ยบริษัทไหนมีเงินก็ซื้อได้หมดนะครับซื้อทางอิสราเอลซื้อทางที่ไหนเนี่ยก็สามารถเอามาแชร์ได้แต่เราเนี่ยมีจุดขายที่จะขายกับสมาชิกของเราเนี่ยก็คือเราจะบอกทุกครั้งว่าสิ่งที่เทรดที่เราแชร์ให้ไปเนี่ยจะปิด buy spot ที่เป็นกลุ่มผู้โจมตีที่โจมตีที่เป็นในประเทศไทยนะครับเราก็จะพยายามที่จะพบตรวจจับแล้วก็พบภัยคุกคามเนี่ยให้ได้เร็วกว่าทางต่างประเทศเขาเพราะว่าแน่นอนประเทศไทยเนี่ยเป็นบ้านของเรานะครับแล้วก็หลายๆครั้งเนี่ยที่เราเจอเนี่ยถ้ามันมีผลกระทบกับคนหมู่มากเนี่ยเราก็จะแชร์ให้กับทางสกมช.เพื่อไปแจ้งเจ้าของต้นเรื่องเพื่อปิดเคสหรือบางทีเนี่ยเพื่อที่จะให้แชร์ไปกับทางเซกเตอร์อื่นๆด้วยเพื่อที่จะเป็นประโยชน์นะครับคือเรามองว่าสิ่งที่เราเจอเนี่ยอย่างเช่นเราเจอ Global Strike ที่เป็นทีมเซิร์ฟเวอร์ที่ตั้งอยู่ในประเทศไทยเนี่ยซึ่งเราไปเช็คกับตัวเทรดที่เราซื้อหรือว่า เราเช็คกับเทรดกับหลายๆบริษัทที่เขาซื้อมาเนี่ยปรากฏว่าตัว IP ตัวเนี้ยไม่มีรายงานว่าเป็นbad reputation หรือว่าเป็นตัว global strike C2 ตัวนี้ครับแล้วก็พอเราจับได้เนี่ยเราก็แชร์ให้กับทางสมาชิกของเราโดยด่วนนะครับแล้วก็แชร์ให้กับทางสคมชนะครับก็หวังว่าทางสคมชเนี่ยจะนำตัวเนี้ยไปให้กับเจ้าของที่เป็นเจ้าของเซิร์ฟเวอร์เนี่ยเขาอาจจะรู้ตัวหรือไม่รู้ตัวก็แล้วแต่เนี่ยให้ปิดแล้วก็เอา IP เนี้ยแชร์ให้กับเซกเตอร์อื่นๆด้วยนะครับอันนี้คือสิ่งที่เราพยายามที่จะ position ตัวเองนะครับแล้วเราก็ใช้ขีดความสามารถของเราที่มีอยู่เนี่ยในเรื่องของการทำ malware analysis ต่างๆเนี่ยเพื่อที่จะดึงตัว IOC เนี่ยแชร์ให้กับเซกเตอร์ของเรานะครับแล้วเราก็จะแชร์ให้กับสาธารณะด้วยเมื่อครบกำหนดก็คือประมาณ1 เดือนนะครับเมื่อครบ1 เดือนเราก็จะแชร์ก็ดูได้ที่เว็บไซต์เราแต่ถ้าเกิดเป็นสมาชิกของเราเนี่ยเราก็จะแชร์กับทางตัว MISP ที่เชื่อมต่อกันอยู่แล้วทีนี้ challenge ก็เหมือนที่อื่นนะครับก็คือ trust นะครับอันนี้สำคัญมากเพราะว่าอย่างที่บอกไปเนี่ยTelecom CERTเพิ่งก่อตั้งได้2 ปีนะครับซึ่งผมก่อตั้งมาเนี่ย trust ไม่มีเลยเพราะว่า1 background ผมมาจากกองทัพอันที่2คือถ้าเขาถามว่าจบมารหัสอะไรผมไม่มีผมมีแต่รุ่นเตรียมทหารนะครับอันนี้ trust ของผมไม่มีเลยน้องอีกคนหนึ่งก็เป็นทหารเหมือนกันนะครับก็เหมือนกันคือเขาไม่เชื่อใจเลยว่าคุณจะทำได้หรือเปล่านะครับเพราะนั้นเราก็พยายามที่จะสร้าง trust แล้วก็สร้างมาตรฐานของตัวเองขึ้นมาว่าโอเคเราอาจจะไม่มีรหัสว่าจบรหัสนี้มหาลัยนี้แต่ว่าเราพยายามที่จะบิวให้กับทางสมาชิกของเราเนี่ยรู้ว่าเราก็ทำได้เหมือนกันเราก็สามารถที่จะแชร์ข่าวที่อยู่ในประเทศไทยเนี่ยเร็วกว่าต่างประเทศที่ซื้อมานะครับเพื่อปิด blind spot ในส่วนนี้นะครับ challenge อีกอันหนึ่งที่เจอก็คือเราสงสัยว่าตัว IOC ที่เราแชร์ให้ไปเนี่ยทางผู้รับเนี่ยเอาไปใช้งานเป็นหรือเปล่าหรือเอาไปใช้บ้างหรือเปล่านะครับแน่นอนเราจะแชร์ตัว MD5 ตัว SHA-1 SHA-256 SSD พวกนี้ก็ถ้าเกิดว่ามีตัว EDR เนี่ยอาจจะใช้ได้แต่บางทีเนี่ยเราแชร์ตัว Yara-Ru ไปเนี่ยซึ่งตัว malware ที่เราพบบางทีมัน specific ที่จะโจมตีเราโดยเฉพาะแล้วเอาไปค้นหาในตัวไวรัส total ไม่มีเราต้องเขียน Yara-Ru เองขึ้นมาให้กับทางสมาชิกเอาไปใช้ที่เราสงสัยคือเอา Yara-Ru ไปใช้เป็นหรือเปล่าอันที่2คือตัว Sigma-Ru เหมือนกันนะครับก็ถ้า Yara-Ru เนี่ยใช้ตัวจับไฟล์ของ malware เนี่ยตัว Sigma-Ru เนี่ยก็จะแปลงไฟล์รูอันนั้นเนี่ยให้เป็น detection rule ที่อยู่ในเซียมนะครับเราก็สงสัยเหมือนกันเพราะว่าสมาชิกเนี่ยได้เอาตัว Sigma-Ru กับ Yara-Ru เนี่ยของเราไปใช้หรือเปล่าอันนี้คือ challenge ที่เราเจอนะครับวิธีการแก้ปัญหาของเราก็คือก็เดี๋ยวเดือนหน้าเนี่ยครับเราก็จะจัดตัว capacity building ของทาง Telecom CERT เนี่ยก็จะพยายามอบรมเพื่อที่จะให้ใช้เอา Yara-Ru ไปใช้ครับว่าที่เราเขียน Yara-Ru ออกไปเนี่ยใช้เป็นหรือเปล่าเอาไปใช้ยังไงแล้วก็ตัว Sigma-Ru เนี่ยเอาไปใช้ยังไงก็หลังจากที่เราสามารถสร้างที่จะให้เขาใช้งานเป็นได้แล้วเนี่ยสเต็ปต่อไปเราก็จะสอนเขาในการสร้าง Yara-Ru ขึ้นมาเลยเพื่อที่จะให้มันแชร์ได้เร็วขึ้นปัจจุบันเนี่ยมันเป็นคอขวดอยู่กับทาง CERT เพราะอย่างที่บอกมีแค่2 คนการทำ Yara-Ru กับทำ Sigma-Ru เพื่อทำ detection พวกนี้มันก็ค่อนข้างที่จะใช้เวลาครับอันนี้เป็น challenge ที่ผมอยากจะแชร์ให้ครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับก็สังเกตว่าทางผู้แทน TT CERT เนี่ยถึงแม้ว่าจะมีคนน้อยมากนะครับมีเพียง2 คนนะครับแต่ว่าก็มุ่งมั่นที่จะทำตัวการแชร์ข้อมูลซึ่งถือว่าเป็นจุดที่สำคัญที่สุดในหน้าที่ Sector CERT นะครับแถมยังสามารถทำตัว Threat Analysis ได้ด้วยนะครับทีนี้ตะกี้มีจุดคีย์เวิร์ดที่น่าสนใจอยู่คือเรื่องการสร้าง trust นะครับโดยเฉพาะในเซกเตอร์ที่เพิ่งก่อตั้งได้ไม่นานครับอยากจะถามทาง TB CERT เพิ่มเติมอีกนิดนึงครับเผื่อแชร์เป็นไอเดียครับว่าในฐานะที่ TB CERT เนี่ยตั้งขึ้นมาค่อนข้างยาวนานแล้วก็สามารถสร้าง trust ในหมู่ member ได้ดีครับอยากขอคีย์เวิร์ดสำคัญหรือว่าขอเทคนิคที่ทำยังไงให้สามารถจัดกิจกรรมที่สร้าง trust ให้กับ member ได้ดีหรือรวมถึงตัวหลักการที่ใช้ก็ได้ครับทาง TB CERT พอจะแชร์ในมุมนี้ได้บ้างไหมครับ
ค่ะแชร์จากที่สัมผัสนะคะแล้วก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นประโยชน์ก็คือว่าTB CERT ค่อนข้าง strict เรื่องของการแชร์ข้อมูลโดยใช้หลักการ TLP นะคะเป็นหลักนะคะก็ซึ่ง ซึ่งจริงๆก็TCM CERT หรือ TI CERT นะคะก็ทำแบบนี้เหมือนกัน ซึ่งเราก็มีการบอกเมมเบอร์ตลอดนะคะเรื่องของการแชร์ข้อมูล based on TLP ที่เราตั้งไว้นะคะซึ่งเราก็มีกฎกติกาในการใช้ซึ่งคือถ้าใครผิดกฎนี้ก็คือเราก็ให้ออกจากการเป็นสมาชิกเลยนะคะอันที่1อันที่2คือก็อย่างที่ TCM CERT หรือ TI CERT นะคะเราก็มีการจัดกิจกรรมกับสมาชิกประจำทุกเดือนนะคะแล้วก็มีการประชุมทุกเดือนแล้วก็มีการแชร์ข้อมูลระหว่างกันรวมถึงไปทำกิจกรรมนอกสถานที่ด้วยนะคะเพื่อสร้างสัมพันธ์นะคะอาจจะไม่ได้เป็นเชิงเทคนิคอะค่ะจะเป็นการทำพวก soft skill ต่างๆร่วมกันเพื่อให้รู้จักกันมากขึ้นแล้วก็พอคุยกันมากขึ้นก็น่าจะมีการtrust กันเพิ่มขึ้นด้วยค่ะ2ส่วนนี้น่าจะเป็นส่วนที่ช่วยในการสร้าง trust ค่ะ
ครับก็ขอบคุณทางผู้แทน TB CERT นะครับที่แชร์ตัวไอเดียในการสร้าง trust นะครับก็ผมสรุปคีย์เวิร์ดสำคัญได้คือ2ส่วนก็คือนอกจากในเชิงโปรโตคอลที่ต้องมีแล้วนะครับหลักการส่วนนั้นก็เป็นส่วนหนึ่งนะครับที่ต้องเข้มแข็งอีกส่วนหนึ่งคือกิจกรรมอื่นๆนะครับซึ่งผมเชื่อว่าไอเดียพวกนี้ถ้าแต่ละส่วนเอาไปปรับใช้เนี่ยก็จะช่วยเสริมทำให้สร้าง trust กันได้มากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับทีนี้ขอถามทาง National CERT บ้างครับในมุมของ National CERT เนี่ยมีโปรแกรมอะไรที่พอจะสนับสนุนทางSector CERT ที่เขาอาจจะมีข้อจำกัดในเรื่องรีซอสต่างๆบ้างครับ
ครับก็ในส่วนของโครงการหรือว่าโปรแกรมที่จะพัฒนาตัว Sector CERT นะครับทางสกปชเนี่ยก็มันมีจัดอยู่ในตัวโครงการที่พัฒนาบุคลากรนะครับซึ่งเร็วๆนี้เนี่ยก็จะจัดเป็นโครงการ capacity building นะครับสองห่วงก็คือห่วงละ3 วันครับตรงนี้เนี่ยเดี๋ยวยังไงก็จะขอเชิญชวนสมาชิกของ Sector CERT ที่เข้าร่วมวันนี้นะครับแล้วก็จริงๆก็จะมีพวก regulator แล้วก็ CAI แล้วก็หน่วยงานที่คาดว่าจะเป็นSector CERT ในอนาคตเนี่ยก็เข้าร่วมนะครับก็เข้าร่วมเดี๋ยวเบื้องต้นเนี่ยจริงๆทั้ง2เซสชันเนี่ยจะเป็นเหมือนคล้ายๆเหมือนกันแต่ว่าจะรัน2เซสชันก็เดี๋ยวถ้ากำหนดห่วงเวลาเรียบร้อยเนี่ยก็จะมีหนังสือส่งไปยังเซกเตอร์ต่างๆนะครับก็มาช่วยกันพัฒนาไอตัว Sector CERT ให้มีองค์ความรู้แล้วก็มีความก้าวหน้าไปพร้อมๆกันครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับทางผู้แทน National CERT นะครับผมเสริมอีก1ประเด็นนะครับคือเรื่องความร่วมมือของทางฝั่งสกมชกับทางหน่วยงานก็คือ SCI แล้วก็ MITER แล้วจะมี CSA ด้วยนะครับผมคิดว่าส่วนนี้จะเป็น lesson learn เป็นการแชร์ resource แชร์เครื่องมือต่างๆนะครับท่านจะได้สามารถที่จะไม่ต้องไปเริ่มจากศูนย์นะครับก็เข้าใจว่าถ้าเกิดหลังจากนี้ทางสกมชมีการพูดคุยกับทั้ง3หน่วยงานข้างต้นนะครับก็จะได้มีการเชิญให้กับผู้แทนจากเซกเตอร์เสิร์ตต่างๆเข้าร่วมด้วยเป็นกรณีไปขึ้นอยู่กับว่ามันเกี่ยวหรือไม่เกี่ยวนะครับก็ถือว่าเป็นโอกาสอันนึงที่ทุกท่านจะได้เข้ามาร่วมกันหลายๆอย่างจะได้ไม่ต้องไปเริ่มจากศูนย์นะครับไม่ต้องทำในเรื่องเดิมๆซ้ำๆกันนะครับเรื่องไหนที่พอจะแชร์ร่วมกันได้ก็ท่านจะสามารถเอาไปปรับประยุกต์ใช้ประโยชน์ได้เหมือนอย่างกิจกรรมของวันนี้นะครับAlright, I think we discussed with many colleagues from Sector CERT, so we can understand each other more, especially about the content that you share with us. We talk with them about this, and it's very beneficial for them. Okay.
Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Let me share a little bit. For sectoral CERT, from what we have discussed, it seems like the service catalog most of them have right now is cyber threat intelligence. Okay, but the capability is vary. For example, I think the most advanced one is the TTC CERT, because they could provide a specific threat, especially for their sector and the threats in Thailand. Okay, they are very capable in provide something that's not only from the internet or the third-party provider. Okay, but most of them we try to share the information among themselves. For example, the TCC CERT and TB CERT, they have MISP to automate the sharing of information. Okay, but most of the sectoral CERT provide technical reports, okay, to their constituencies. Okay. And right now, there's no plan for most of the sectoral CERT to provide real-time monitoring, because usually its cost will be very high to provide real-time monitoring. Okay, and also I think a few of them are using honeypot to lure in the hackers and use that the attack to TTP to try to resolve the IOC based on the attempt, which is the same way that we plan to do for National CERT. We plan to deploy honeypots in different sector and different IDC to collect information, but it will take years for our team to do the analysis. Okay, and most of the a few of sectoral CERT can perform digital forensic and incident response. Okay, the strong sectoral CERT could do that, but not all of sectoral CERT. Quite a few of CAI or organization we still need to request external party to perform some in-depth analysis when there's a case happen. And on the issues, most of them have issue about trust. I think for trust, I would like to convey the message in two terms. The first is the trust when you want to share the information. For example, if it's TLP amber or red, there might be concern in sharing that information. Okay, that's a trust issue when you exchange information. But also another trust, this one is very good comment from TTC CERT, is the trust when you do the analysis and you are the organization in Thailand, people might have doubt about what you are sharing, because usually the skill required to perform such analysis is very high and very sought after. So even though TTC CERT tried to do that, but still they might be reluctant to believe what you have performed for them. Okay, so that's that might be another new issue of trust that you might have heard of. Okay, but I think TC CERT and the team, they are performing very well in regarding try to be the first to discover the IOC for some malware or some bad actors that have Thailand as target, which is something that very unique for TC CERT. Okay, so we still have a long way to go. Another issue none of them have said, but I will say it, is the funding. Okay, they might be afraid to say it because everyone have the same problem, but we all facing the same challenges. It's so common that we skip it because it just go without saying that everyone have funding problem. We wish to do more in terms of number of people for sectoral CERT. And I believe all of them want to provide more services. Okay, but right now we can perform some essential services such as coordination, threat analysis, and information sharing. And most of them arrange to have a cyber drill within their sectors. Okay, because the cyber drill or cyber exercise within their sectors are very beneficial because in each sector they have unique problems. So they need to perform that just for within their own sectors. And when they do that together, I think that increase the level of trust, increase the level of networking between their parties. Okay. And the more you know people by their first name or nickname, that start to build trust. Okay. The more we see each other, I think that's the way they are trying to do. But for my personal opinion, one thing we need to add more to it is the roles of executive for each of the sector, because sometimes for sectoral CERT, not all of them are the same. Some might have involvement from top executive to the sectoral CERT, but a few maybe only the IT staff or head of IT just involved in that part. So that's another challenge to engage stakeholders from the top for each organization to join in with the job for sectoral CERT that we perform. And I believe that would help with funding somehow, because if they understand the quality and the benefits that sectoral CERT will perform for them, maybe easier for the executive to chip in the money, because when they are sectoral CERT, their job to procure funding is even harder, because people will say that we want the service, but we don't want to pay for all the money, and how the membership fee will be divided. You are a big company, should you pay more? You're a smaller company, should you pay less? Or it's all equal? Okay, and I think that's a challenge, especially for TCC CERT, which I hope that you will get a stronger support for the future, because I think your team are more advanced. It will be sad for you and your team to have a problem with lacking of budget. Hopefully, you can continue your best effort to build more and more. Okay. So that I think that's a summary on what we have discussed. Yeah.
Do you have anything else to say about this?
No, I just wanted to point out, for if anyone didn't see it in the chat, I put the link to the full framework document, which is also what's up on the screen right now. So the slides from today are just a high-level overview of each of the steps. But if you want to look at more in-depth instructions and references to some of the things that were talked about in the slides, then the full framework is available online at the link.
More than that, I think it will be great if we can have some continuing talking together between SCI and us. It is not only benefit to CERT itself, but also it will benefit to the sector CERT, because we can have the chance to talk together maybe every month. So I'm not quite sure that we can set up the timeline like that in the future.
Oh, I think it's a great idea, but we have to ask Jared on how he will manage.
All I can say is yes, yes, and yes. Let's definitely do that. I think that would be a great relationship building opportunity, and it will help us help you even more with the development of your national CERT and sector CERTs. So maybe we can get something on the books for June or July, but we can talk later about it.
Okay, thank you so much. But I think for that, to get people involved, we need to get them to participate in discussion. For example, we have to get the participants from different sectors to have their input from the topic on what we want to discuss. So instead of saying that we're going to meet next month on the 15th and everyone should join, that we need to provide the list topic first so that we know what to discuss, what to talk about, and is it interesting enough for the people who want to join? Okay, so that's another thing that we have to do with planning. And it doesn't have to be long, but it should be beneficial. Focus on the result, and if we do a good planning, we should get good participation and get more people to join, because what we hope for today and the relationship we start building now is to add more to the sectoral CERT, not only the current sectoral CERT, but hopefully we can entice and invite more CAI, more regulator to join, and entice them to try to set up their own sectoral CERT, or join force with the current one that we want to be part of your constituency. Please take care of it, and then we will ship in money. Okay, that there will be another benefit as well. For example, let me go back to TCC CERT again. Right now, not all the mobile company are paying him. Okay, only a big one. So if he can get more of mobile company, which they got some benefit from his team services, but they need to start to chip in the money, because right now NBTC is the one who paying for all, but in the future it should be the responsibility for the CI in that sector to help and paying for that. Okay, so that might be part of a discussion for the future, and the other plan for training and services that we could provide as well, for the further discussion.
Right now, I think is end of the session. After that, we will invite to Secretary General to come here. So maybe we can have a break about 10 minutes. We will come back here around 2:50. Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of today's workshop. Before closing this session, I would like to invite Secretary General of NCSA, General Dr. Prashia Chalermwat, to give some closing remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Tracy Bills, prestige members of SEI, representatives of the U.S. Department of State and the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok, distinguished delegates and colleagues at NCSA. First, I would like to express my appreciation for the invaluable contribution you and your team have brought to the NCSA over the 3.5-day event. During the event, we have achieved so many things that I would have hoped for. We discussed what NCSA has done and will do in the future, exchange ideas, and had a workshop, among other things. Without you and your teams, this event would not be successful. Also, I would like to convey my gratitude to everyone who has sacrificed his or her time and worked very hard to plan and support the event. I strongly believe that the guidelines the SCI recommended would be of great use for NCSA, NSC, and sectoral CERT in developing National Cyber Incident Response Plan and establishing CERTs. The outcome of this event exceeds even my most optimistic expectations in all respects, whether officially here in the NCSA during breaks, discussion, and workshops, and casually outside. During the dinner cruise, I hope that our collaboration and partnership will continue to grow, as I am convinced that it will be extremely beneficial for all involved. This event has finally come to an end, and I can conclude that we have a very successful event. We must thank all members of SEI for being here with us. We wish you a safe and pleasant journey back home to reunite with your beloved ones. We look forward to working with you again soon. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ ขอบคุณมากครับ
Next, may I invite a representative from SEI to deliver a speech. Please welcome.
It'll be short, but I want to thank everyone for participating in all of the different sessions and for helping us better understand where you are at in your planning and implementation stages. And we look forward to continuing to partner with you as you continue to develop your cybersecurity capacity. Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you. And now may I invite General Dr. Prashia Chalermwat again to present the souvenir for a representative from SEI. Please welcome. And now I would like to welcome all of you to join together in a group photo. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Smile. 2, 3. Finally, I would like to thank representative from Software Engineering Institute or SEI for informative and interesting presentation and workshops. Also, I would like to thank representatives from the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok, as well as the participants from Sectoral CERT who are attending this online. Thank you for your attention and hope to see you again in the future. Thank you.